So my question is who's ready to get started? Well, at least someone's got some fucking excitements about this shit. Yeah, well, I know you're not excited. You got yelled at.
Went through a lot.
It's been a day for Kin.
Oh my god, it's been a...
Last we left off, after about a little 5-day break where Kin and one of the other NPCs, Riveth, had spent some time relaxing, resting, because they had gotten a lot of exhaustion, a lot of health problems in a very short period of time. And after you guys had brought back A, the Cloud Clan, B, the Cloud Clan's leaders, the Ishikawas, and C, a recovering cursed person, Rika Niku. All of which needed time to, to kind of sit down, take a breath. You guys, over the course of that time, had some conversations. Those of you who had not met Yume Ishikawa got a chance to meet her, who, to some of your guys' extreme self-disappointment, realized she wanted to fight, and you guys turned her down. Don't forget to smile, right? Anyway, guys had your rest, took a breather. Some of you guys, because the tavern was filled up and being used as like a med bay. Some of you guys had gone to Brillius and Lyra's house. Sleep there instead. Katsuki and Akia, near the end of the night, went out to take a walk and found their mother's house, where they kind of stopped off, took a rest, had a family dinner, had some conversations. And one of our players' characters made a very integral life decision. Later that night, Katsuki went back Keen and Lyra's place. Carillius and Lyra's place. God fucking damn. Why did they have to both start with K, Stumblr? Katsuki went back, talked to Keen, who told him to make sure he tells Akia, otherwise he was going to be in for some shit. Next morning, Katsuki talked to Akia, who was actually surprisingly okay with this. At least, that's the mask she showed. Soon after explaining all this to Akia, Hikari, I have it pulled up right here. Hikari showed up and told him it was time to leave. He was out of time to talk to those he cared about. And he left. The rest of the party went back to the tavern. Old Riveth, who then promptly stormed out. And maybe a little disappointing to the rest of you, realized left any means of communicating with him behind. Now, quite a lot of conversation happened during that session. If you want me to remember it all, well, kindly fuck off. No, I don't remember it all. Too much was said. After a while, though, you guys, some of you noticed, both Lee and Carillius take off outside. And Kin, being one-tracked mind, only heard the word injured and unintentionally followed directly behind them.
She did not know who went through before her, to be fair.
Directly behind Kin, in order, was Keen, Gnarl, and the new guy, I have it right here, the new guy, Takumi. aka Umi.
Ooh.
No, Umi, not ooh woo.
We are not doing that.
The four of you ran in and immediately, without realizing, came out on one of the tallest peaks in Zankoku. And immediately sank 15 feet into snow. With some quick thinking and attempts to get yourselves out, Keen aimed his face to the sky, let out a burst of flame. Only for the entire mountain, all the snow on it, to begin avalanching down.
And also got a little crispy.
Accidentally hit Ken. It's alright, Ken was already crispy.
What?
By her own actions.
I thought that was done. I'm not as crispy for that. I had 5 days.
She was very crispy.
As crispy. Stop that. Anyway, coming off the mountain, realizing you guys were way higher than you were for the Cloud Clan. A couple familiar faces saved your lives. Gave Ken a chance to, redeem themselves. After noticing that, for some of you, this is Goro Sotoka, who looks like they're about ready to die. Also, thing that we shouldn't forget, before the portal was entered, another brand new character to the party. Well, not as brand new. Not as brand new as one. Second most brand new. Yeah, you know what I mean. Decided to try to dispel the portal. Almost imploded his brain. Was told no, go fuck yourself, basically. And then they went through the portal. You guys came back out. Immediately started heading. Masaru had showed up. Was super pissed at you guys. Started basically bringing you guys back to Corellius and Lyra's house. Where then you realize there's a Machiko here, and there's also a Imada and Hiromi here, who you guys had, happened to forget to tell that Machiko was revived. So they've been sitting here thinking that, she's been dead this entire 5-6 days.
Why is she in our living room?
Then, out of nowhere, after Masaru kind of giving a little bit of a lashing to you guys, verbal lashing, a very, very angry Corellius Beverett Dixori came in, walked right up to Kin, hoisted her up against the wall, and gave her a lashing that Masaru would never be able to do before setting her down and storming out of the house, making it very clear he was very disappointed. And that is where we left off. You guys sit in this room after Corellius just went the fuck off. Kin, you're back on your feet, kind of against the wall.
Kin's kind of out of it for multiple reasons right now, because she's still processing, I am the magic, and a man just yelled at me. Like, she was already in shock to begin with. Because she isn't aware still that she can do all this.
Akiya, Imada, Hiromi, Taylor, Machiko are all here as well. You guys just kind of sit there in silence for a minute. Keen grew up with that man.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen him that angry once. And it is when somebody else threw their life into a situation they didn't need to, attempting to help where they weren't needed. and almost got themselves killed.
Oh, when Corellius had come in, I forget to mention this, unintentionally, Gen had cast Calm Emotions, which should affect anyone within a 20-foot radius of her.
What's the save?
Charisma DC 17.
Yeah.
Alright.
So if you would like to counter that. Otherwise, everybody really gonna chill out for a minute and
Akia's-
not understand why.
Akia's still chill. Machiko's chill. I will roll for Taylor and siblings. Wisdom save, you said?
Charisma.
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 Charisma save, eh?
Yeah.
Taylor is suddenly very calm.
Everybody went from what the fuck to why do I feel pretty relaxed right now? Except, unfortunately, it did not affect Ken or Corellius.
Hiromi is calm, but it is Hiromi.
Yeah.
Wow, okay, alright. Keen, you have a minute to explain yourself before, before they
all-
return to rage. Aki just kind of not realizing you've casted magic, kind of just like,
Yeah.
alright,
Um.
let's take a minute, take a deep breath. Just, is everyone okay? Is anyone hurt?
Well, more or less, everyone seems to be okay.
I think we're fine.
Naril?
You just need some rest.
Kid?
Ken's just saying nothing and just. She kind of not there.
Kin. Hey.
And then, hold on a minute.
Oh no. Oh no.
Let's see this will. Oh, come on, cooperate with me.
Oh boy.
Has to be somewhere you can see.
Just right out the door. Like she's
Door's
going.
closed. Door's
Like-
closed. You can't see outside right now.
You see through it? Okay.
No, it's a wooden door.
Okay, well, she's not near the door. But, she's like, I guess further in the room because we all walked in.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You see Ken where she was standing after being thrown against a wall. And now she's beside the door. Like, just bet. And then she kind of looks up.
Aki
Looks
just kind
down.
of stops and turns and looks at her.
She's gonna open the door and run away. She takes the foot off.
Hell no. And fucking Akio is fucking out the door next. What is your movement speed?
Hold on, let me get back to it. It is 40.
You start outrunning her.
Oh no.
Start. And as you're running, Ken, you hear from behind you, and run fucking face first. Well, probably not face first, but you run right into Akia. You both tumble. And she misty steps right in front of you. Fucking
Hold
takes
on.
an arm out, grabs around you, and just kind of fucking goes down with the ship.
Okay, upon impact, because this is just gonna be chaos for a little bit, guys. I'm so sorry. And she basically becomes a light bulb. Like, she's lit up now. Like,
Oh.
her hands are like, what the fuck?
Just stop.
She like shoves her hands in her pockets.
Kid, right here. Look at me. Breathe.
I am breathing. I don't
No,
know what
you're
else
not.
I'm doing.
Breathe. Stop panicking.
I'm sorry. You'd kind of panic too if this was in your situation.
Kid.
I am a light bulb. And pulls her hands out like, what is this?
Kid. Ow. Take a second and focus.
On what?
Everything but your panic. Focus on me.
Hold on, I'm trying to get it to work. My computer's being a little awful. Oh, come on, cooperate. Okay, well, if it pops up, Skin's like, on what? Cast, create, or destroy water happens, and it starts raining on them.
Just a fucking large amount of water.
It's just as it rains.
Yeah, it's not control weather. Just a shit ton of water appears above your heads, and whoosh, and she's just like. She grabs you by the fucking shoulders. Look at me in the eyes. Stop. Breathe. In through your nose, out through the mouth.
I'm breathing.
No.
I just don't know what the rest is.
You're panicking. Magic is dangerous when you're panicking.
Oh, there it is. Hold on. There it is.
Meanwhile, back at the house, Akia did not close the door behind her. So this is like 60, 80 feet away. Kim didn't
You
make
just hear
it
just
far.
a splash of water falling. Like, what the fuck? Can't breathe. I am.
Well, a minute has passed. You know what? We'll rewind a little bit. Keen, they have just ran out the door. You see your brother and sister are both sitting on the sofa. Machiko sitting across from them, looking over at you guys like, what the fuck happened?
I'm sorry. When
Holy
did you do that?
So, Keen has magic apparently. Ken has magic apparently.
Okay. Alright. Got it. Ask understood.
What?
Akia has innate magic. I have innate magic. We know how to use it.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sit down.
Oddly calm all of a sudden.
Right.
No, the calm is getting close to wearing off. Keen, sit down.
Fine. And you will.
I don't know who you are. If you want to sit down, feel free. You look like you're, about ready to punch a hole through the wall.
My apologies. And Takumi will sit down.
And she'll kind of get up, walk over to Naril.
He's trying.
Walk over to him and be like, if you need a place to rest, there's a room upstairs. But if you need to talk, let me know.
I should be alright.
Yeah, I've heard that one before. She'll give you another pat on the shoulder before heading outside. Minute has passed. And you watch your siblings, Keen, as all the emotion returns.
Slowly walking towards the door. As realizing whatever happened is wearing off.
Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, well, you're walking with Machiko now. And Keen, you watch as your brother just looks up. And his eyes lock with yours. Not a word.
been an eventful week.
Yeah. All of us have.
Plan was to tell you when I got home that night. But you two decided to drink yourselves into a stupor.
Can you exactly blame us?
No.
The following 4 days?
Just barely saw you and busy.
What the fuck was that about?
Which part?
Dad doesn't fucking yell like that for no reason. Hell, he barely yells normal.
So we're in Onor's Tavern, right? And Lee and Dad book it through the portal, right? I'll roll over there. Sorry.
Points right at you, Narilla, as you're walking out the door.
Sorry, Warcloud.
Well, looks back at the mispronunciation of the name. It just walks out.
So, Narl is what you think it is, Keen, because everyone's been pronouncing it that way and he doesn't correct you.
Yep. Gnarl over there happened to see someone was injured through the port when they went through. He says as much. Candace here's the one word, injured, books it through the port, right? Meanwhile, Gnarl is trying to close the portal, which it's like in good fucking luck.
He tried to close Lycan's portal.
He tried. Didn't go well.
Narelle, I want you to make me a charisma saving throw right now.
Oh shit.
You get away from the door, you're like, I've escaped the tense house. Everything will be fine. Everything will be grand. Everything. You feel a hand on your shoulder. We need to talk. We'll get back to you.
Shit. Oh
Oh no.
For the record, that is not what the fuck was going through his head. Everything's fine. Bullshit.
Well, I've gotten away from that. Kind of. This part's fine, finally. I've gotten out of that room. The tension is permeating out the door. I have left the permeation of tension back there. Now we're going to step into a slightly less tense situation. And then only to, feel a sudden extreme amount of tension that even Corellius's yelling was very, very small in comparison, and you heard that voice and you disappear.
I don't know if you noticed this, but after you asked how Gnarl was, god damn it, Naril. If I'm gonna correct him, I might as well fucking say
Man's got a concussion, psychic damage.
Yeah, no.
Right
I rolled a deception check of 9.
He's just trying to put out this name into the narrow.
I got a third of my health right now.
Hold on. You rolled a deception check? I didn't actually see that show up. Hold on.
You got a 9.
Right before daylight.
Insight check from the person he's talking to. Wow, yeah. Machiko's got a lot of other things on her mind right now.
Wow, okay.
Alright then.
Poor Machiko. Anyway.
She's about to go help someone who's never fucking even heard of magic learn how to magic without killing herself or anyone around her.
Oh, let's not forget the first time she truly experiences magic, it's in the form of invisible floors and shadow people that become floors.
It's fine.
I'd also like to point out that Gnarl didn't just get hit by a psychic attack, he also used life transference.
Yep.
Well, he tried to.
No, he did.
Oh, he did? It worked?
Yeah, it's a healing spell, not a, I give you HP from my HP, max HP. It's just, you lose HP to give someone else HP.
Who do you use it on?
None of us.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure
Anyway.
it did to you, kid.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Shouldn't have.
Because you were the one who had the most damage taken. Because of the fire?
I know, but it shouldn't have worked.
Oh, yeah, it didn't work. That's right.
Yeah, so, like,
As a matter
you
of
tried,
fact,
but it
how
failed.
much healing did you do, Narelle?
It was 28.
Ken, what HP are you at right now?
27.
I'm gonna put you at 1 HP. Because
Okay,
I
nobody
overlooked
fucking
that.
touch me anymore!
You went to heal her, and suddenly she got owies. Lots of
all,
owies.
all the wounds that I had that I'd been healing for 5 days reopened.
Just like all the stitches all
Not
across
to
her
me
body.
for booking it then. Like,
Wait, so,
that's how much. Honestly, that should really register how much of like how bad in shock she is right now because she just got these wounds reopened and then booked it.
Alrighty then.
Yeah.
Anyway,
wait, so basically you're casting magic frantically while also bleeding out profusely.
also, Keen.
Yeah.
As you're sitting in the room, go ahead and make a perception check.
That's a 15.
Yeah, you hear the "we need to talk" in that very calm voice.
Oh no. Good
If you
luck,
were
Narelle.
saying,
So, Kin books it through the portal, right? As she does. Me, having just seen Dad and Lee go through that portal, knows nothing good can come of this. I try to go through to pull her back. Why the two new guys decided to follow me beats the fuck out of me.
Alright, no, it wasn't 28, it was 21.
okay, then you're at 6 HP right now. Ken.
Huh?
You're at 6 HP, so it's 21 healing.
Oh, okay. Still not great, but you know,
Better.
this is why I'm able to run. It's not all the way down there, so she can.
Almost all the stitches were ripped. 99% of them were ripped.
Oh, yeah.
That'll take 2 gusts of wind to blow you down.
Yeah. Now it's more than a sneeze.
Anyway,
So, we go through the portal and immediately fall into snow at the top of a goddamn mountain. Buried under the snow. Okay. What gets rid of snow? Fire. Try to clear it up. Avalanche starts. Whether it was us falling, whether it was the fire, I don't know. But they're facing a fucking army and a horde. And Lycan is tending to Gordon.
they found him.
They found him. He's not doing well.
Akia, without a word, stands up and leaves. Oh, she's already out the door. That's right. She didn't.
Yeah,
hear
so
any of
she's
this.
with me.
Ah.
She done gone.
I'm sitting here trying to think who's still in the room. Who's still? I think Akia was.
No,
And then I'm like, after I said
drenched
it,
in
no,
water.
Akia's not in here.
just his siblings and Masaru.
Yeah, I'm just listening in the corner.
Did you guys just forget Umi over here?
He's out the door, isn't he?
No.
Umi's
how
sitting
come he's been
right
sitting here the whole
next
time?
to Keen.
I thought casters went out. My bad.
Nope, okay.
Yeah,
talk-
Keith, you're like the two new guys. For some reason, chose to follow. Umi's sitting right next to you.
He doesn't know why Umi followed him.
Umi's just like, I was told to be here, so someone tell me to leave.
So, 2 new guys follow us. 4 of us going down the side of a mountain in an avalanche. So, that was fun.
Luckily, Lady Kiva and Lady Zandri were there to save us.
Yeah. They scooped us up, brought us back to the portal. Here we are. You heard the rest.
So in other words, 4 of you almost got fucking killed needlessly, is what I'm hearing. And probably pulled one of them away from defending Lycan and an almost dead Goru.
And now Emiko's hurt.
Alright. Second question. Machiko and fucking how? She fucking fell.
Again. Kin made a deal. Okay, shut up. Kin made a
Just
deal.
laughing at this, like, we're Ken. Okay, why'd you do this? Ken, why did this happen? Ken, we're done with Ken.
Oh, he's pissed at Kin right now. He is so fucking pissed.
I just love how this is the introduction to Ken that his siblings are now getting. Like, alright, so we went through this shit because of Ken. Why is she alive? Because of Ken. What else she do? What else happened because of her?
Because of Ken.
Why you rain outside? Ken.
Why is it
Who's
raining in
dead?
the astral plane?
Ken.
So, Kin makes a fucking deal, right? Goes, takes Machiko's soul gem, brings it to her mangled corpse, brings her back to life.
What cost?
She's got a fucking mark of the dead on her face now.
That's why Machiko's pissed.
Yep. Even better, Machiko heard all the terms of that deal.
But she was dead.
Because she was dead and she was there. Machiko doesn't like it, it's not good.
Meanwhile, Naril. Naril? Fucking, there's a very, very specific enunciation, and I'm trying to get it, okay?
He will turn off.
You had it right the first time.
Naril.
Not real.
Alright. You appear in this meadow. Light breeze blowing, and you notice these small, tiny, tiny creatures with humanoid bodies flying around. And off in the distance, you can see these trees, gargantuan trees, looming across the horizon. And you see Lycan faced away from you with his arms crossed. If you had succeeded, you do know you would have killed all of us.
Yes, that's kind of what I realized. And that's why I felt I owed it to you to at least try to help.
To be frank, right now the best help you and your group can do is to get stronger and better. Because without sounding like an absolute jackass, not that I really care, in situations like that, you're just in the way. You're not strong enough yet. But I'm not the person who really, really wants to talk to you right now. And he kind of steps off to the side. You see a woman behind him. Fair-skinned, long blonde hair that normally is covered under a hood. And these vibrant, bright, green eyes. And she rushes forward, throws her arms around you, and you realize your mother is crying.
It's utter confusion. Shock. Doesn't know what to do.
After a few moments, she kind of pulls away, like as holding your shoulder. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Is there anything? Do you need any healing? Are you okay?
Still just confused.
Anything?
Things some rest can't fix.
Make
You want me to roll another
check with disadvantage because this is your fucking mom.
That's a 2.
And because it's your mother,
I'm just imagining, like, yeah, I'll be fine. Meanwhile, like, blood from the ears, maybe the nose.
what is wrong with your ears? You're not fine.
Can imagine.
She kind of is like now has put her hands on your face and is like turning and looking at your ears, your eyes, trying to figure out what's wrong. The small little creature flies up next to you. What languages do you speak?
Abyssal, Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, Primordial.
Very, 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 very few words you catch. It's very similar to Elvish. But 99% of what they're saying does not sound Elvish. Just hear like this tiny little creature's voice. Like this squeaky sound. And every now and again you'll catch heal or something like that. And it flies up right next to you. This thing is maybe this big. As they should be! And will touch your, like, kind of place their two very tiny hands on, like, the side of your face. And you feel this warm energy kind of come over you. Your ears pop as they heal themselves. And it kind of flutters in front of you and is like, big old grin on its face. Tiny, tiny ass creature.
Oddly enough, I'm not hearing an amount of healing done, so I don't really know how to react.
How much HP do you have right now?
I have 23 out of 68.
You're at 68. That healed 100.
Jeez.
You also notice that this particular tiny one is wearing this very long, well, for its height, very long, elegant dress with this tiny, like, what looks to be like golden crown with like emerald, small, tiny emerald gems set inside of it. It doesn't remind you quite of a queen, but nobility of some sort.
Honestly, right now, I'm just really confused.
What are
But
you-
thank you.
And it kind of gets a big old, like, proud in itself smile and, like, buzzes around a little bit. You can feel, like, this golden dust falls off and, like, kind of falls on you, and you just feel like this... Make me an Arcana check.
$17.
You are currently standing in front of a fairy. And now
figured
you're
I would
kind of
keep
look...
that together.
Well, it's not a pixie.
I understand there's a difference between pixies and fairies.
I'm aware. That's why I'm reiterating this is not a pixie, because pixie's also not hanging you up by your ears. But you also notice you've read about fairies. Most fairies, they have an innate magic to them.
Mm-hmm.
This one's innate magic is greater than that of what you would assume a normal fairies would be. And then you look around for a minute and you realize, oh, we're not on the material plane. And you feel the Fey energy all around you.
We're in the Feywilds, aren't we, right now?
Yep. Had to go talk to my patron anyway. Just say that he's not all too pleased at the moment.
With what I tried to do?
It wasn't me who spoke to you. That was a favor from my patron. By the way, that check was a DC 35.
Am I about to die?
Lycan turns and looks you right in the eye with this look of... You realize now, he looks scared. As he looks at you and says, without answering your question, just mind your manners. We're not in the right part of the plane. It's a little too, should I say, warm.
I see.
For my patron. For those of you who have been wondering for an entire mini campaign in the first half of Island of Cruelty, he is currently talking about the Arc-Fae, the Ice Lord, the Lord of Cold, as well as someone else's patron and father. As Lycan goes to take you somewhere else and kind of just touches your shoulder along with your mother's, and you disappear and reappear in front of this giant castle made purely of ice and snow. and the temperature drops about 60 degrees in an instant for you, from a nice balmy 60 to 75 to suddenly nearly 0 degrees. And you see, sitting on the front steps of the castle is Riveth Lupine. And sitting next to him is this large entity that Riveth has a striking resemblance to. And the entity looks up as you guys appear, and these just icy, blue, cold eyes land right on you, Naril. And he looks down at Riveth, puts a hand on his shoulder, or he stands up, and as he stands, he grows in size 2 more sizes. And you feel the wind pick up, Naril. You feel the temperature drop another 10-20 degrees in an instant. And if you try to backpedal, you then realize your feet can't move, as you are currently frozen to the ground in front of the Fey Lord of Cold and Ice. And he walks over, drops down to one knee. Is this the runt that tried to dispel my portal, Lycan? Go ahead, Lycan. I'm not going to talk to myself.
Alright, just let me get in the mindset real quick.
I was not prepared for this. Shit.
My patience is wearing thin.
Yes, this is the runt.
And his eyes, that are now probably the size of your fucking skull, Naril, turn and land on you, and it's almost like a shard of ice jams itself right through your chest, which you're really familiar with, unfortunately. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Stumblr knows that reference. And he'll kind of explain yourself, mortal. And if I'm not happy with it, you'll join my mausoleum of ice sculptures.
Considering what I could see on the other side of the portal, I figured me and the others would not be able to handle it, and was trying to stop another who wasn't strong enough from going through.
So you tried to close it and nearly kill the person who does work for me on the material plane. Tried to kill the group that is trying to fight back against the entity that threatens the Feywild. The entity known as Cyric from the Shadowfell and the Land of the Dead.
I realized my mistake after I had failed to close it.
I sure hope you did. And you recognize that voice that spoke in your head when you tried to dispel the portal. That shiver runs across your mind.
And that's why I didn't hesitate to follow after. And at least try to help where I could, but that was more of a hindrance than a help.
You're lucky my son spoke on your behalf. Or your limbs would be new sculptures in my castle. Try anything stupid like that again, then you'll find yourself eternally staring at my castle walls, consistently freezing over, but never able to fully die. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, sir.
Good. And he will shrink back down. You feel the temperature start to rise back up again. Now we're at like 15, 20 degrees instead of negative 20. Lycan's seen this before, but even Lycan knows when he's, in over his head. Lycan's currently got like a cloak wrapped around him, very thick cloak, trying not to freeze his ass off.
Would Investiture of Fire help with that?
No.
Ah, okay.
A simple him blowing on you would put the fire out. Investiture of Flame! Never mind!
Like snuffing out a candle.
Pretty
It's
much.
the counterspell of flames.
Man, who would have thought the greatest of flames would be taken out by a slight gust of wind?
This he'll kind of turn and look at you like him. I suggest you educate people better than you have.
In all fairness, though, I didn't think someone would be stupid enough to try to close a portal connecting between that world and this.
That was your problem. You thought. Now, I have more important things to attend to. And he'll just kind of brush his hand and... Naril, you reappear in the tavern. Well, no, you reappear right where you were standing before.
In the street.
Yep.
Like, finds an alley and throws up.
That's a standard reaction for being forcibly sent in and out of the Feywild.
Yeah, that's fair.
Throws up. Mom, he yelled at me.
While all of this is happening, Machiko appears behind you. Well,
Oh, great.
walks up behind you. Hey, you good? Everything fine? You guys look wet.
Oh yeah,
wet.
we're cool. We're cool. I'm a human torch. She pulls her hands out of her pockets
Okay.
and then puts them back in.
She puts her hand on your back and casts Dispel Magic, and the spell drops.
Okay, cool, great. Thank you.
We need to get you to my mother.
This is.
Stop. Deep breath. Deep breath. Don't just breathe. Deep breath. Akia's like, I've been telling her this. Yep,
hold on.
Akia, but your magic's a little bit different. Clearly.
Can we just please stop telling me to breathe?
She'll disappear into the astral plane. Make
I clicked it twice. As she said this.
yeah, she disappears into the astral plane. You can either choose to fail
Oh god.
or try to not fail. So you feel a tug at the back, at the small of your back.
Given that she's familiar with it, she'll go with it.
You reappear in the astral plane, and you see the little clone sits there and goes,
Hi, Coco. That's
Oh.
right. I've given her a nickname.
and she'll walk over and just kind of, gives you a hug real quick, and, like, happy to see you and everything.
Aw. I missed you too, buddy.
Kinda
I didn't
rubs
bring
your
refreshments
back.
this time, though. I know I promised that.
She'll pull away, like, looks you up and down. There's, like, very confused look as she starts noticing lines across your entire body.
Oh, yeah, I'm bleeding still. This is when Ken's gonna notice.
Like, grabs
Oh,
your arm
fuck.
and, like, is trying to stop the bleeding.
No, I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, Taylor's gonna be mad. All her hard work is just gone. Oh, fuck. Wait, why am I bleeding?
I have no fucking clue. But it might
I
have
mean,
to do with the fact that you can't receive healing, and Naril tried to heal you earlier. That's actual
that.
Machiko, and you realize that Machiko's now in the plane with you, kind of, forgot about it after seeing Coco.
I can't call the clone Machiko as well. It's very confusing. Her name's Coco.
Did I, tell you no? I didn't think so. Cool your jets, girly! For now, we need to get you to my mother, who can help you with your predicament.
I'm kind of profusely bleeding right now. I feel like I'm not good company.
Other people are very familiar with this side of the Parkers. As she reaches out, grabs you by the ear, and goes, "Come on!" and starts pulling you with her. Not giving you a choice. It doesn't fucking matter.
There's a lot of blood.
Yeah,
Let's clean up a little bit.
You're in the pocket dimension.
Maybe
You'll
not
be
as
fine.
much. I did take an impromptu bath, so I think I'm good-ish.
Fucking Machiko's just, come on! Meanwhile, Aki is now standing in the street like,
What about me?
and at this point, this is when Naril, you show up. She looks over and is like,
Wait, would the silence spell still be active where she's standing? Or would it? Okay, it would dispel.
Yeah.
That'd be honestly funny. She's just like, what the fuck? But you can't hear her.
and you hear someone, as you're, spilling your guts literally into the alleyway, walk up behind you. You good?
Fucking.
Reaches out, puts a hand on your shoulder. Hey, what the hell?
I'm assuming my clothes and shit are just damn near still frozen.
Yep, like, you're really cold. Let's get you inside. Come on. If you say you're fucking fine, I will slap you.
Going to say fine in submission, not that I am fine, because clearly I am not.
Why are you so fucking cold?
I met Lycan's patron. And
Who's his patron?
if I remember correctly, it was something along the lines of the Fey Ice King.
You met the Archfey of the Frozen Lands.
Yes. Apparently he wanted to meet me. To scold me.
At this point, she has gotten you up to the front door, opens... Well, the door hasn't been closed yet.
Nope.
And you guys just see Akia helping a shivering, frozen Naril back into the house. He just met the Archfey of the Winterlands. Give him a minute to thaw out.
And you took a bath.
Yeah, Kin accidentally casted Create or Destroy Water, and at least she didn't hit Destroy.
So, Kin's just kind of the answer to everything that's going the fuck on right now, isn't she?
No.
No? Well, in our personal lives.
I'm pretty sure Naril definitely, his situation has everything to do with what he did before you guys went through the portal.
Fair.
Yes.
Because apparently the Archfey of the Winterlands wanted to meet him.
Why?
It was his portal that I tried to close.
Like, can... Oh. Oh no.
And go ahead and make a history check, Stumblr. You'll probably fail it anyway.
Fuck off. 22!
Okay, you remember seeing the fight when Riveth went really big.
Mhm.
And now that you think about it, you've seen pictures of a similar avatar-like thing. And he has said that he inherited his powers from his father, who's sort of like a patron to him.
Naril,
Mm-hmm.
Riveth wasn't there, was he?
Mm-hmm. He was.
Hey, Olive, we found Riveth.
Olive's not here.
Oh, fuck. Where the fuck is she?
She was helping in the tavern! She didn't even get a chance to know you guys left!
Okay. God damn it.
You know, it's
I'm
probably
surprised
a
she didn't
good
hear the
thing.
commotion of the human bowling pins.
Right?
They came back.
Fair.
Another person you gotta worry about yelling at you, Keen.
Have fun with that.
Well, nobody's specifically yelled at Keen yet. The only reason Curly has yelled at him is because Keen tried to butt into his scolding at Kin. He was like, "You shut the fuck up or I will slap the shit out of you," basically. Your brother just kind of is at this point doing this number. Our family and group is a fucking idiot mess.
Yup.
You're included in that.
Shut the fuck up.
I feel like I'm going to regret this. Is this normal?
I don't know. I just joined not too long ago, too.
You know, I don't think it's ever been this extreme before.
It's not normal.
Oh, by the spirits, what have I gotten myself into?
You literally hear a whisper in your head. Good luck. And then another voice in your head. This is what you're here to do. Help these people.
Have fun. Make fun. He's just like, I don't want these friends.
The look on your face is fucking priceless. Just a...
I would say that just very quietly, I'd like to point out in Terran, I would say if Monster is paying any attention, you just hear him say, "Oh, spirits of Earth, protect me from this."
Another
They
voice.
could, but they're not going to. I say that back to you.
And then in your head, you then hear, "We can help you from physical dangers. Their stupidity, not so much."
I love, like, you're here to help these people. Poor Umi's just like, I'm fucking trying.
I mean, he's trying it so far he got fucking knocked down a cliff.
Hey, you were the one that followed.
Now that I think about it, I'm the only one that didn't go through.
Don't remind me.
But besides that, after hearing Maser, he'll just kind of look over towards him. You speak Terran?
I just give him a
I'll be back.
I think we are killing our DM.
Oh my god, I've killed the DM.
Oh. No.
Hey, Gothic, don't forget to breathe. Gothic, take a deep breath. I need you to take a deep
What
breath.
to do? Yeah, breathe. I'm fucking trying.
Hey, I was joking when I said do it more, but okay.
Oh boy.
Oh.
We need to take a break. Just so you can recontort yourself and your insides. So they function properly.
It's Gothic if his insides ever function properly.
Maybe like 12 years ago?
To the ambulance. I'll be back.
Oh no.
Sorry, not sorry.
I mean, I didn't help.
Now is not the time.
Are we taking a break?
No,
Oh, jeez.
he needs a minute to breathe.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I will say I didn't really help the situation with like the serious scolding because I sent a pun to our delightful kin.
Every opportunity. To understand why we're laughing, catch an episode of Unhinged Gaming.
Oh my god.
Y'all can have a nice conversation. I'm chilling in the astral whatever right now. So.
I mean, you're in like a demi-plane, if anything, because we're already in the astral plane.
Yeah.
Whatever it's called. I'm not there.
Just clarifying.
Where were we?
Well, I was... What? Where did you learn to speak Terran?
From my clan.
Are you having this conversation in Terran or Common?
It's in common at this point.
Yeah. I answered back to him in Terran,
Okay.
but now we're in common.
Got
Yeah.
it. You're asking the Prince of the Mountain Clan where he learned to speak Terran.
He just kind of looks at you. I'm sorry,
Actually,
I thought...
I will say I am wearing my armor now. You can see the sigil.
Well, at first he didn't really see it because it's like, wait, I thought the Mountain Clan was... And then he looks back over. How? My people were the first to hear about the destruction of the Mountain Clan.
all intents and purposes, I should be dead. I don't know how I'm alive. And I can tell you that it's not because I don't know what happened, it's because I know exactly what happened.
But you cannot say.
I passed out during the attack.
Okay. Well, I only heard about this through my family. My particular clan was never really that close with the Mountain Clan. We worked more with the Crimson Eyes.
Ooh, yeah, sorry about that.
That's one way to phrase it.
Oh,
I was the one that fell off out of the cliff and ignited their uranium.
you're
It was a bad day. Akano Keshin was involved.
I was still stupid.
so okay. So if I understand this correctly,
Mm-hmm.
the reason my shop was completely annihilated
Mm-hmm.
was because of you.
Well, the Earthshaker did most of the work.
No, that was just Akano Keshin controlling Akatsuki and I.
No, because the Earthshaker opened up the rift in the vein.
Fair.
Okay.
And I stupidly ran out of a cliff and had to save myself.
Okay. He just kind of takes a minute to try and calm himself.
If it makes you feel any better, I didn't know it would actually ignite the uranium.
It was either that or he went splat.
I think he would have preferred I went splat. I'm looking at his face.
Kind of sounds like it.
That is not.
Yeah.
I apologize. That is not entirely me. Let.
Internally, like you're the
You-
reason I
you-
went out of business.
I'm the reason this business no longer exists.
You're the
business
reason
went
why I'm poor.
You know how Lady Kiva can transform into different
Mhm,
creatures.
Yep.
I can do a similar thing, but not entirely the same.
Oh, have you ever
Yeah.
actually taken a punch from her in her gorilla form?
Yes. And
It's horrifying.
Trust me, that's not the worst.
Oh, I figured, but it still hurts.
Trust me, I have seen many of her forms. I trained directly under her.
So you could also do gorilla.
I am host to only one spirit. So that is why it is very easy to anchor me, even though I do not try to.
Just ignore it.
It's a little bit harder when it's the spirit of an owlbear mother.
Just ignore it.
That'll do it.
I promised her that I'd aid her in getting some form of vengeance for her child.
Oh. What happened to her child?
Violently.
Man's
ripped
just
apart.
opening up all the trauma for this new guy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The child was violently ripped apart by Oni. The mother herself was gravely injured trying to save her child. And as a result, after speaking with her, I was able to take on her soul. On occasion, either during battle or during particularly heated moments, she tends to take over.
Oh. Well, at least it's not an Arconi.
Eh. Well, for the most part, my training as a shaman has helped with that.
just imagining the rest of the people in this room like, all right, new guy's trauma dumping. This is cool.
Mm-hmm.
Really gonna fit in with us.
Yep.
Hey.
Monster is just like, okay, so how fucked up are you? We gotta know if you fit in here.
Oh, he did something stupid.
Oh, I'm the source
reckless,
of
and
part of your
dangerous.
trauma?
He
Okay,
already
you're
fits
good.
in.
I'm the reason why you
Okay.
have no business. Okay.
Okay. He did something stupid, reckless, and dumb. He fits in. Trust me. He fits in.
I just like how you're like part of the source of his trauma. Like, oh, it was you.
Well-
Okay.
Well, I mean, it's because he used to get materials for the Crimson Eyes for their magic items.
Gotcha. Keen's also making a mental note. No owlbear steaks in his presence.
I feel like his siblings are sitting there like, should we say something? Or like, oh, we're just gonna let him keep talking. Okay, this is cool. This is what you guys do?
Well, despite everything, it is good to see that at least some of the mountain clans still exist. Last I was informed, the entire clan had been utterly annihilated.
Look, the DM's back.
I wonder if he's actually breathing properly.
You want to repeat that last sentence just so that everybody can hear that?
Now go for it, Kota.
Are you breathing properly now?
At least fucking trying.
Hey, at least a little's better than nothing.
I'm just gonna mute myself.
One of these days, I'm just gonna get full on smited, and I'm gonna completely deserve it.
I feel like while this is happening, like, isn't it like your brother and sister that are in the room?
Yes.
I feel like your sister would be like, lean over, like, we're not gonna share too, are we? Like, that's not required.
The Beverett Dixori family of kids, anyway, don't have a whole lot of trauma.
Still, I feel like she's
Keen-
like, we don't have to share like this, dude. Like, that's not part of the initiation.
Does that make Keen the black sheep of the family?
His trauma all came after meeting you guys.
Ah, I see.
I mean, fair.
But, well, bits and pieces.
Plot
here
twist,
and there.
Master is the source of everybody's trauma now.
He was until Kin showed up.
Oh, Kin's.
Kin's going all choppy.
Yeah.
Uttering like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Your camera's just saying no today.
Yep. Anyway.
I think it's where I'm using Wi-Fi, so.
Just to fill you in, Draven, we just talked about what happened in the Crimson Eye clan.
Again.
It was relevant to Umi.
Yeah.
Yeah, Umi's trauma dumping.
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
Because Master went, so what's your damage? Apparently you.
I didn't say that. He asked. No, he mentioned that he was from the Crimson Eye, or he worked with the Crimson Eye clan, and I was like, ooh, sorry.
At this moment, Lycan appears. Gnarl, are you okay?
I'll be alright. Just need to warm up.
Just try to be more careful. And then he disappears again. Akia is also sitting next to you at the moment, like kind of like rubbing your back, trying to help give you some warmth. It's like,
Gnarl, do you want some tea or something?
go get him some tea.
Okay. Anyone else want a clap? Anyone else want a cup?
Clasp?
Shut up.
I'll take a cup.
Sure.
I'll go.
Coffee is preferable, though, if you have it.
I'll see what my dad's got.
Your dad definitely has coffee.
Yeah, he does.
You've had his coffee.
Black sludge.
I thought it was Black Death.
Same thing. Well,
No. No. No.
no.
No. That shit was thick.
So yeah, he'll go off to the kitchen and start, heating water and stuff.
Well, we'll jump to Kin. Kin, I'm assuming eventually you start walking per normal.
Yeah.
So she's not dragging you by your ear. The clone's like, at first was like, no, don't do that. But eventually it comes time for you guys to leave the demi-plane. Ko will give you another big hug.
No.
And middle of the hug, you drop out.
No.
Because time ran out. And you're in a very, very, very nice plush living room with very fancy furniture and white carpet. And you can hear not far away the sound of someone cooking.
Oh, it smells good in here.
Mom? What? I got a member of my party here who might need your help.
Out of curiosity, are there plants in the house?
There's a couple. Why?
Chris just burning all the spell slots.
Hey,
They're gonna grow a little bit bigger all of a sudden.
You'd have to touch them.
Oh,
It'd have
okay.
to be purposeful.
I didn't know.
Let's touch right
Okay.
Yep.
phew.
And
It's
you
funny
see
though.
Pamera pokes her head in. You remember seeing her on the mountain. She
You are
looks-
though, because like I was kind of like,
Yeah, you saw her when you guys first ran in. And she kind of looks at you for a second. She has very mixed emotions.
bleeding.
First, why don't we fix your problem? She'll walk up, put a hand on your shoulder, and she does not heal
I
you.
caught none of that.
What do you mean?
Her internet
I
connection.
went super glitchy. So I was trying to like hold up a finger, but like hold on a minute, it's like robot.
She'll walk up, place a hand on your shoulder, and she does not heal you. She casts Regenerate. And you watch as... No, it's not.
It's different than
It doesn't provide healing.
no.
And you watch as your stitches all down your body. Very uncomfortable feeling all the stitches.
They didn't hurt like last time, but oh, that was weird.
There, now you're not gonna bleed everywhere. Also,
I'd prefer not to.
And then she casts Prestidigitation. All the blood across your entire body magically disappears. She then casts it again, cleans up all the blood that's on the fucking carpet.
Oh. I mean, to be fair, I asked to clean up before we got here, but somebody...
It's fine. Why don't you take a seat? I'm about to get some cookies out of the oven if you guys would like some.
Oh, I'm starving. When did I last eat? She's very hungry all of a sudden.
You haven't eaten since the night before. And you sit down on the sofa. Machiko kind of looks at you. Do you want me to stay?
Will I? I don't know. This ain't my house.
That's why I'm asking you if you want me to stay. My mother's taught magic for fucking years. But she's gonna be able to help you better than anyone else.
Sure, you can stay.
Okay. She'll sit across from you. It's a very awkward silence.
So Kim kind of reaches up and starts messing with like this amulet that she has on now, and then she kind of looks down like, wait, where did this come from?
Uh-huh. And, why did you do it?
I mean...
Why'd you make the deal? That was the dumbest thing you could ever do.
Reason? Yeah, you're not gonna accept that answer, are you?
I was there.
I mean... Well, which am I doing first? Am I talking to you or your mom? Both of these are gonna take a minute.
Well, I guess it can wait, but... Part of me wants to say thank you. Part of me wants to slap you.
Probably not gonna be the only person that wants to do that.
I'm aware. Kind of just zoned out for a second. Very like blah.
Okay, I think we're good.
Very mixed emotions, like conflicted. If you were about to say something right as that you're about to, you smell the smell of freshly baked cookies getting closer. And Pamela pokes her head around the corner and walks in with this tray of like 10 dozens of cookies. And sets them on the table, sits down in one of the really nice chairs. So, Kin, what can I do for you?
I mean...
Machiko just looks at you and goes, just tell her what you're experiencing. How you feel when things happen.
I mean, to be fair, I don't even know what's happening.
Okay, well, we gotta start somewhere.
Well, I am the magic now. That's a good start, I think.
Okay, so... Okay, whatever. Anyway, all I see is chats running down the Roll20 over on the side. I'm like, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
How does it feel when you're casting spells? Does it feel like it's coming within you? Are you drawing it from around you? Or does it feel like someone's giving it to you? Make an Arcana check.
Okay. Come on. Might have to give it a minute.
I'm noticing that ever since you moved your desk, everything is now slow and
Yeah.
choppy.
I'll help her deal with it afterwards. don't
Well,
worry.
before it was a direct connection.
Does your cord not reach?
It does not.
Okay,
Get a longer cord.
okay, stupid little thing that might
Um.
help a little bit. Open the door. Seriously, open the door to that room.
Alright.
Probably won't help much, but it might do enough.
Now y'all can see inside my face.
Yeah.
I feel like for a second there, Kota leaned like, what's back there?
He does that.
We do that.
It's an
with,
8!
It's kind of hard to tell. It's definitely not coming from within you. You know that much.
I mean, it's happening around me. Does that help?
So it doesn't feel like it's something innate. Like when you change forms, that feels like something that you're just it happens. It's something that's a part of you. It's within you. For instance, if I do this, she holds out her hand and a flame just appears in her hand. If I do this feels normal. This comes from a magical reserve within myself. I'm assuming that's not how it feels.
I'm gonna go with yes. I don't know.
Well, I'm assuming you're probably going to get tired of hearing this. But if my daughter's probably said it to you too, because I taught her this technique. But when it comes to magic, one of the best ways to focus on it is to breathe. Specific breathing
Yeah, like I
techniques.
understand. Oh, give me just a second. Okay, if people stop telling me to breathe. Cats create food and water.
Counterspell.
Thank you.
This is why she's a good
I don't know if
teacher.
I can do that, so I'm gonna assume I can't.
Honestly, if you're now casting magic, as much as it might drive you nuts, that is an integral part of casting magic.
Can we think that? Can we just not be She's gonna grab the magic. Can I not be the magic now? I'm just talking to her necklace.
Is that a holy symbol?
Okay, I think it's good now.
Is that a holy symbol?
I don't know. Actually, I'm not really. It's not the ones I usually carry, but it's here now, and
Let me see it. I'll give it back.
she kind of like, wait, why you want my necklace?
I'll give it back. I just wanna. if there are some magics that are casted or given to you from a god. And so, if that's
I
the-
feel like this is where it's suddenly gonna click for Ken. Like, take it back.
in some cases, some casters need a symbol of their patron or deity that gives them their magical powers. I just want to see if that's the case. I won't keep it. I'll give it back.
So, like, two things are kind of happening right now. Like, Ken's hearing what's being said, but also this is all kind of clicking in her head where this has come from. And she takes it off. She's holding. She's like, "This wasn't in the fine print. I don't remember this part of the conversation."
Machiko kind of, moves, sit down next to you, put a hand on your shoulder. Ken, if you want my mom's help, you gotta focus. And you snap back to, and you see she's still holding her hand out with this look like,
Right. Here.
She'll take it, and for 10 minutes, she will ritual cast identify object, or, identify. And after she's done, she's like, oh. And she'll hand it back.
Thank you. You can put it back on.
And she's just quiet for a minute. So you're a
you know what?
cleric
These
now.
smell great. Eating your cooking, just.
So, what's happening here is, your day, and at that moment, Machiko cuts her off and goes, Cyric is giving you magic. Your mom's just like, or her mom's like,
Yeah, so I have to have a conversation with Sarah, because apparently this was in the fine print that I was not told about. It's a thing.
well, you're starting to turn into a holy symbol yourself.
Fucking what now?
The lines across your body are not only a mark for death, but it is starting to create a necrotic brand of Cyric as well. Whatever deal you've made.
Okay, hold on a minute. Skin's aware she's been injured.
Okay.
I don't think she realizes what you guys are talking about. She's not looked in a mirror. She's been bedridden in the snow.
It's on
while
your
she-
arms.
Oh, it's on my arms? Okay.
It's all
she
across
doesn't
your
know
body.
where. I feel like there was some specification.
Yeah.
So, I know there was injuries, but...
It just... It seems whatever deal you made, in order to receive those powers, you've become a cleric of Cyric.
Okay, I just... Like, I'm fine with the new tattoos, but I feel like the other parts could have been explained.
Well, given the situation you were in, I assume that you have to realize sometimes gods only have a short period of time to speak.
I mean, time could have been made. Yeah.
Either way, a great way for you, yes, as much as you may be going insane from everyone telling you this, you need to breathe. You need to focus on your breathing. Second, you need to use that symbol to channel the magic. So,
And just like, what? Like, do I hold it?
yep,
I'm just like,
you just hold it, and you make almost like a short. You just think like a short prayer of help, asking for the ability to do something.
So, like, if I leave this at home and she, like, yanks the next, like, I'm good then? Like, it's not gonna happen. If I just leave this!
Yes, but you will also be any of the magics or healing you were able to do before will not be able to be used. You need the holy symbol to do that.
I mean, I still have hands and medical equipment. I feel like I could use those.
Okay? No.
She has the knowledge!
Yeah, you have the knowledge on that, but you don't have the... It's almost like that part of it is gone. Your medic aspect is gone. It's gone.
I have complaints. She spent years working on this. You're telling me this education is now useless?
No. You can't seem to remember the specifics.
Oh, that's great.
Cost of a deal.
Oh, poor kid.
So, in other words, without that symbol and learning how to harness your magical potential properly, you're pretty much nothing but a normal civilian on the battlefield.
This is great. And she's like gonna grab it like, this was not part of the deal. This was not what we talked about.
You can look at it as an opportunity. You get to learn more.
I was not learning.
Instead of relying on physical tools, you have one thing to worry about, and that's making sure that symbol is on you at all times. No.
This is great.
I could teach you to harness it if you would like. So you don't hinder your allies in battle, if that is what you want.
I'll get back to you on that.
Machiko kind of looks at you with this look like, really? You're not going back, Kay. Ken is a cleric now.
I feel like at first she's gonna try to, like, figure it out on her own.
Okay. Fuck with that.
I mean, she's been told to breathe, and she needs the necklace now that she has. She's just kind of like, this is a lot to process.
While that's happening, Umi, you're sitting in this room with the rest of the party. A lot on your mind. And then you feel a very rare feeling as a shaman. You feel a tug at the small of your back, almost like a spirit is trying to take you something, like they want to show you something. And it's not a tug at your physical body.
I would say that after feeling that, he would let himself sort of slip into a meditative state to kind of allow this.
If you do, why don't you meet me over in private chat?
Okay.
Okay. Why don't you jump over to private chat as well?
Oh, shit.
Okay.
I'm also gonna have to change the music.
Oh, boy.
Can you move me? I'm.
Be back, guys.
Okay, thanks for the warning.
Well, this is something.
Okay, am I? There we go.
Alright, so.
I had to close Roll20 because it's bad. Like as soon as I opened it, that's when everything started going wrong.
I
This is what I
don't
think
like
it
that
is.
devious smile.
Okay, hang on. I need a message for clarification.
Yes.
Okay, it is. Okay, I needed to know.
Alright, I should go find my buddy here that I've been, using music from because his music is amazing. Go find the dark stuff.
Oh boy.
I didn't think this was gonna happen today. I'm excited. It's okay. Just breathe.
You're talking to the one who's playing an experienced spellcaster here.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute us first. I'm gonna mute the bot here for a second. Over mute. Alright. And then I'm gonna mute you guys for a second here. It makes it so that the computer's muted while I look for music. Umi, you appear and you notice this almost like displacer beast, ethereal body. Doesn't really have form so much, like physical touch, but just like a spirit. There's one of the tentacles off of it kind of wraps around your wrist lightly and starts pulling you in the direction as you appear in this land. You see the dead shambling around. And off in the distance, you see this massive, looming black citadel. Right now, you look down and you notice yourself in an incorporeal form as well. And it is leading you up to the citadel. You follow, and it passes right through the doors. And as you pass through the doors, it disappears. And you see sitting at the end of the room, this arms crossed, is this entity with a long cloak, green hair, almost perfect face, bright red eyes. And next to him, as if having a conversation, you see a woman. Kind kind of reminds you almost as of a gypsy of sorts. And you recognize the man on the throne as Cyric. He kind of, almost as if he doesn't see you, turns to the lady and goes, "You know, the only reason I have you here is because your father asked for this favor." Yeah, I've heard that one before. You don't see him. You do not. Not yet, anyway. And he kind of runs a hand through his hair. There's just like stressed look on his face. So, what is it you can do again? Be more specific. You give things, such as pretty shiny gifts. Could you show me an example? I don't need to. I do not want said gift. But what good is a bracelet? I don't think I'll put it on and see. But maybe. And he snaps his hand. Umi, you suddenly lurch forward. Now you see him. Of course he does. And your arm lifts on its own. You are in my realm. Eris. Eris. It's the land of the dead, not the land of the pretty. I do not wish to make it pretty. Anyway, Takumi Hanazuka. I would suggest sometimes not listening to the spirits. This is your only warning. You show up again and I may let my friend here give out one of her more, how should I put it? Powerful disadvantages. No, we're not giving him a necklace. No. I'll save you this one time. And he puts his hand forward, and you feel your soul just fucking. And you feel yourself almost fly through plane after plane as your soul collides with it. You can see the strand that connects your soul to your body getting pulled as you are slammed through different plane after plane after plane. You see so many different things that you don't think any mortal should ever have to see. And when you stop, you hear the sound of snoring. Chaos. Yo. And you wake up in your body. Oh, fuck me.
God, I was the moment I heard bracelet, I was like, oh god.
Also, I forgot to put this on Be Right Back, because they weren't supposed to see any of that. Good thing I had you guys on mute, because they didn't hear any of it. They didn't hear any of you guys, they just heard me, and I'll be cutting this out of the mod. Because it's not supposed to be here.
Oh, it's not?
No.
No, it's not. Private stuff's supposed to stay private.
No, some of the privates I don't put in. I don't.
But it's to avoid the
this
others
one in
trying
particular, though. Anyway. Hi, guys. Don't worry, if you didn't hear it, that was intentional. It was supposed to be a little more intentional, but nonetheless, we'll fix it for the moment. Don't you worry. You reappear with this sudden. All of you around him suddenly see him just lurch up, almost gripping the sides of the sofa with terror. And Umi now has this amber bracelet on his wrist.
Oh, okay, that just happened.
And the last thing
good?
you remember seeing was this entity laying on the ground with these thorns spiked out across his body, these horns curling back across his head. Very dark looking entity with these sharp, jagged teeth, almost like a living skeleton with flesh. You may make me a religion check if you would like.
Oh boy. I'm not gonna turn down that possibility.
This is a DC 20.
I've got a -1 to religion, so it's probably not gonna happen. But yeah, it's a 14.
All you can remember is him saying, whispering, "Chaos, chaos." Also, the person that knows who they are, be they a viewer right now or a player, go ahead and send that information on over to me, please, very much, and thank you very much. And I'll be sure Kota gets the information.
After taking a second to compose himself, Takumi just kind of looks up. My apologies. I take it that many of you are used to being pulled out of body.
Yeah.
It's getting to be a more common thing.
No.
Well, to be quite honest, I'm used to it simply because the spirits sometimes like to show me things, and well, let's just say I may have regretted following them this time.
Ian's just gonna hand him a mug. Drink.
At this point, he's just like, while he's got the mug, he's just looking at the bracelet, like, what in the hells did?
You remember
Like
the
he's
name.
trying. So I know you all know of the Shadowed One, Sirik. But do you know of a woman named Eris?
Anyone who would like to know, why don't you make me either a history or religion check?
I would actually like to know this.
Oh, 20. I'll take that.
Roll it.
History likes me today.
Apparently.
21.
Fuck you.
19.
One person was one short. Who is this Eris? You have no idea. Also, Kota, I will be sending you some information here.
Oh, fun.
This is the item you just got.
I had a feeling. Well, there was this woman. Her name was Eris. That's what Sirik called her. She gave me this bracelet. I have no idea what it is. She was unnerving, but she seemed far too happy to be where she was. Then afterwards I was forced out through all the planes.
There's a new image and reference art for anyone who would like to know what this bracelet looks like.
Oh, that's cool.
And, Kota, if you decide you want to describe the last thing you saw, I will send you an image.
Oh boy.
I just have to go find it. And I will be sending that one privately. Now imagine that thing laying down sleeping.
Okay.
You are not allowed to share that picture with anyone. You may describe it because you saw it.
There was one thing I saw before being forced back into my body. Some kind of demon. Unlike anything I've seen before. Nothing like the Oni. This one felt ancient. It was sleeping, muttering about chaos. And when he's describing it, you see the look of just like genuine fear on
I
his
think-
face.
I think terror is a better word here.
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe it in more detail, please?
It was large, covered in spikes. It had these very large horns. It was almost skeletal. I don't think I could ever get that out of my mind.
Gonna like write down those details in a journal, and that's the one that was muttering about chaos.
Yes. I saw him just moments before returning to my body.
You also remember that voice, what it told you. Viewer or player that was here, if need be, you may feel free to DM what was said to Kota if he cannot remember, because that was spine chilling, even for me.
I feel like I caught it, but but I'm not sure.
Also, I meant to put it on Be Right Back screen, and I muted the player stuff on the stream. Forgot to mute myself. But on the YouTube one, don't worry. I'll be cutting that entire section out.
But the last thing I heard, it was that woman again. She called that thing Daddy. Ugh. She was referring to how it was sleeping.
Oh, there's an image I didn't need.
Trust me, I didn't need it either.
Wait, who was referring to what as?
By the way, Zone, do you have a light? It's getting really hard to see you.
Yeah, I do.
We told you to turn it on, bud.
No, you didn't.
Get on to me about how I ain't got
You
no
said
lights
you
in
had
here.
your
At least I have one.
And yes.
You never said specifically to turn it on or off.
Anyway, turn your light on for stream from now on. Please and thank you. We like seeing your face.
That's
Well, judging by your confused faces, I take it you all have never heard of this heiress before.
By the way, that history of religion was for the lady.
I'd like to make it for your religion for the demon thing.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
same.
That's probably even higher.
Yeah. Oof. Okay.
Sounds foreign to you. We'll probably have to do some research before you can come up with any solid guesses.
Mhm.
I'm more concerned about why all these entities are coming out of the woodwork now.
Don't know either.
I mean, Xeric has Hirono's body now, so it's easier for him to interact eventually.
Oh,
Okay.
that smirk, Gothic.
Huh?
I saw that smirk just before you took a drink.
Don't worry about it.
Oh, I'm very worried about it.
Same.
I just read that, DM. That's gonna wait. You guys had other things you guys wanted to do this session, right? I just threw lore in front of you. You guys are like, fuck you, bitch.
Like, eh?
Okay, we can't do anything about this now unless we actually know what we're doing, so why don't we get back on the track, because every single time we get pulled into something like this, we end up going off on a tangent. And
Okay.
spiral.
5 minutes. Everyone drink some tea, or in Akia's case, coffee.
Oh, thank gods. Puckett takes it. Oh, that is thick!
You know how my dad makes his coffee.
You made the coffee!
You know my dad's coffee.
Damn, boy, she thick.
Yeah. They asked for coffee, not sludge.
Fine. I'll see if there's any creamer in the fridge.
I'd appreciate that. Yes, there's creamer in the fridge. Your mother does not drink sludge. As a matter of fact, usually your mother makes it like 3/4 cup, just so that, you know, she can drink her your father's coffee. So it doesn't go to waste.
He'll hand over the creamer.
She'll be taking sips and putting more into, you know, start balancing it out because it's already pretty much full.
He'll distribute tea to everyone else.
I mean, the moment you hand it to Takumi, he's just shaking. Because he's still trying to compose himself.
I would like you to make me a history check there, Kota.
Uh-huh. History. Another -1. Fun. A 9.
Oof.
As you were there, you remember there was 3 other entities. Hard to pick out details. But one you remember was hard to see their face. But this almost caustic aura surrounded her. And she had these bright orange eyes. The other one seemed to be almost meditating. Long, wavy white hair. And almost pale, ghostly skin. The last one was a lady in these robes. You notice she had this eye band over her face. This cloth. And the only other thing you remember was her fingers that almost were necrotic and rotting down to the first knuckle with these long black claws. All 3 of these entities were sitting around waiting. Patiently waiting. And at the end, the last thing you remember seeing was a changeling. But this one was unlike Kim. This one had brilliant green eyes. This long, almost greased back black hair. And this green robe that dangled down, almost in a, very... You remember, like, you've heard of stories about these raiders from the north. This looked almost like it was made of furs rather than cloth. And that is where we will take our first break tonight. Thank you guys, we will be right back. Hello folks, we are back. So you guys are sitting in there. You have errands you wanted to run. Now you have to decide between doing the errands you previously were going to do or go lore hunting.
Just so it's out of the way, Kin's learning magic with
Yes.
Chimera. She decided to accept that offer. Like, teach me the ways.
By the end of the day, you'll at least... The magic will not be sporadic. You'll have control over it. You may not have a full understanding.
There'll be like a 50-50 chance when she tries to cast if it works or not.
Yeah. Anyway, you can pick up where you left off, or we can fast forward a little. Up to you guys.
I don't know about the rest of you, but I would like to go and do some shopping.
Alright, I was actually thinking about starting a guild.
We'll need a space for that. We're told to talk to Grandma Nassine.
True, but I'm not sure if I have the funds for it, and I'm wondering if you guys would be interested in starting it with me.
What kind of guild?
I was thinking trade.
Trade? There's not much to trade with at this point on Zengoku.
Actually, that might make the point of the guild, though. Protection would be a thing that people would need to get, things from Zengoku.
And not just that, but also trade guild's more than just trading. It's merchants, people from all types of backgrounds, in a way, from different jobs and different specificities.
I am aware. My family used to have their own guild, but it may not be very viable given the current situation. That's all I'm saying.
Akiel kind of pipe up. I mean, a merchant guild's not a bad idea. The reason that things are not being moved is because of the current situation and there isn't protection. Now, instead of making it a sole merchant guild, it could be a multi-purpose guild.
I'm okay with that. It's kind of what I wanted to do, too.
We accept people of all walks of life. Actually, let me rephrase that because Aki wouldn't say we. Where you guys could accept many people of all walks of life, and, they can take jobs to help the merchants that go through your guild.
Everyone helps out where they can.
Exactly. Plus, who knows how many people here. I mean, we saw... You guys, I'm assuming, ran into Yume at one point, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
She definitely doesn't want to sit on her laurels anymore.
Nope. But I also thought ahead about that, and I'm not comfortable with sending people out to die just yet, so
That's why you give her more basic missions that are easier and less likely to get her killed. It's not
True.
fair to tell her that she can't do things, and Keen, for very specific reasons, you are even less inclined to tell her no.
It's not that they can't, it's just that I'm thinking about, putting them through a little bit of training before actually sending them out there. I don't want them to end up in a situation where they aren't prepared, and then obviously there will be situations like that, but at least have the resources to get out of it.
Yes. And I get that. I only speak from a realist point of view. She's never going to be prepared until she does it.
When did you get so wise?
I've always been like this. Also, why did
Gonna
this
have-
session reset?
What?
Eh?
14 minutes.
Maybe there was a disconnection
Shouldn't
for
have
a second.
been. Well, I guess I'll be downloading too.
Okay.
It says 2 hours 48 minutes for me.
Okay, well then my Twitch Studio's acting up again.
Fair.
Either way, I understand where you're coming from, Masru, but at this point we need all the help we can get.
I know.
We have the legends and us
That's not a lot.
to fight an entire army.
I don't know about you guys, but I would kind of like a place that is not my parents' house.
your own place?
Yeah.
Trust me.
Or,
Same.
or at least a place for us, if you know what I mean.
I don't know how much I could, handle, having to stay with my mother. Keen, you may make an insight check on that.
That's a 19.
She is hiding that she actually enjoyed her time. She definitely has a mask on right now. Nobody else is allowed to make that check because they don't know her as well as Keen does. If Akatsuki was here, that'd be different. If he was here...
I mean, you could always stay with my parents for another 15 years.
I mean, I wouldn't want that either. I honestly want to get my own place. No offense. Y'all are messy.
I don't have a lot of stuff to be messy with.
Well, you sure leave your glasses all over the place.
At least I can find my mess to my room.
Get off of there. Yeah, well, either way, I want my own fucking place.
Okay.
So, I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna go find it. So, good luck on your guild venture.
That's fair.
Also, with that insight, you notice that she's almost trying to put walls back up that have already been broken down. Almost like she is scared at the moment as she stands up to leave.
Akia, you good if I grab Olive and the three of us go looking together? Maybe we'll find something. Separate things, but we're both looking.
Sure, I guess.
Okay.
Meet you at the tavern, I guess.
Meet you there.
And she will definitely leave at this point. She looked very uncomfortable.
She could have said no.
Trying not to be too obvious. Anyway. At this point, your siblings are going to be like, your sister's like, well, I've got to go cover mom now, so. And she'll get up, walk over to you, Keen, give you a hug, and whispers in your ear, so nobody else can hear. You don't tell me important stuff like that again, you're gonna find out what mom taught me. And she'll give you a nice pat on the back and stand up and leave.
Got it.
Well, if you didn't have plans, I was going to invite you to come training with me, but...
There's so much going on. Hopper, leave the microphone alone. Maybe
All right.
later tonight.
Oh, sorry. I got really quiet for a second. I was like, okay, what are we doing? Go on, Keen. You're saying something.
Oh, maybe later tonight, Imada?
Yeah. And he'll leave.
He... Do you mind?
See, that's when you put him on the floor.
Dean's going to make sure that he picks up his mug and his siblings and Akia's and bring them all to the kitchen.
Akia's mug isn't there.
Oh.
You don't know when she managed to, put it away, but it's not there. And there's a mug sitting in the sink.
Okay. So yeah, he'll put those away and then head out for the tavern.
Yep. Masaru, Umi, Naril.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna try to see Miss Nassim if possible. Or Granny Nassim at this point? I don't know how the...
None of the NPCs are with you now, so this is all you three. You are the three left.
Yeah.
The
Talk
three most awkward characters I've noticed.
So,
Well,
Takumi, you know stuff about guilds?
A little. I have a little knowledge about how guilds work. It's just from my time with the guild my father ran.
Okay. What type of guild did your father run?
We were primarily a merchant guild, primarily working, and we had a network of other people of our clan all over looking for materials for the Crimson Eyes for their weapons.
Then I'm going to need to talk to you about stuff like that later if you still know the hunting grounds.
I could probably find my way around, but it's been quite some time.
Also, it wasn't
Alright.
you doing the hunting.
Though, to be completely honest, I usually just stuck around and did the actual selling. To be honest, I don't think any of the people who did the actual collecting, I doubt they're still alive.
Hey, you know, that knowledge is just as great as knowing the hunting grounds. Now we have an actual price system.
Kota has become the salesman.
You walked into that one.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna deny it.
I can't wait for you to meet a Karen.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
He just wished that upon you.
I'm sorry. I will never say that again. I realize how bad that sounds.
Now it's gonna happen.
Narl, you've also... Naril, you've also... Fucking... Fuck you, fuck off. It's not my fault you put nah in front of your fucking rill. Naril would be Naril normally. Anyway. Naril, you've kind of thawed out by this point. You're warm again. You don't feel like you've been standing in the middle of a fucking blizzard. In Antarctica.
Yeah. Well, if any kind of records were kept of that, it's possible there might be some information like that somewhere.
I'm sure of it. My father kept very detailed records.
Well, whether or not we have access to those records might be a bit more difficult, depending on where he kept them.
I mean, the only way to get it is to probably go to the hunters, but I'm not really allowed there, so.
Well, we need to do something.
But right now, I have some shopping I would like to do, so I'm gonna excuse myself.
Right.
Hold on, let me pull up my fucking price thing. You just send me a list of things you want, and I will let you know the cost of it all.
He got me, Troy. He got me, Alpha.
Yeah, that's why you put him down far sooner before that happens.
He was fine for a moment.
She's like,
The problem with Copper is that he has no sense of, like, warning. He just does.
Yeah, he's mentally challenged and ADHD.
You could just say he's orange.
Also fair and valid.
Anyway, I will say, you can make it back to the tavern. You actually find Akia having a conversation with Olive when you get there. Masaru and Umi. This is an interesting group considering both of you wanted to kill each other earlier.
We didn't want to kill each other. We were just...
Okay,
hashing out
Umi
things
wanted to punch you in the face earlier.
I can see it.
Are going to Mrs. Nassine's bakery. And Kin, you're training. And Naril, you're shopping.
Shopping.
Naril. I'm gonna get slapped when I go out for my next cigarette.
Probably.
Be lucky if it's open.
That's not a slap. That's a punch.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Huh?
Yeah, you're lucky if you get slapped.
Won't be the first time, won't be the last. So, I'm going to ask this. Masaru, how big of a guild are you looking to start running?
Nothing big right now.
So are
It's-
you planning on buying like a 2-level house that you're going to convert into a guild? Are you going to buy a store and convert that into the guild? Are you actually going to buy a guild hall, which are big?
Thing is, we don't have the funds for a giant guild right now.
What are you getting?
So I was thinking that we could buy kind of a 2-story house and convert that over time.
So 2-story houses up here, roughly 1,000 to 5,000 gold.
All right, so that's like 1,000 or
100 to 500 platinum,
right. I'm just converting it in my head. Yep.
depending
And
on
how much?
the location, depending
And-
on... Hold on. Depending on location, depending on the whether you want it furnished or not, depending on the luxuries included, and other amenities.
Mm-hmm. And how much for a guild hall?
Guild halls are 10,000 gold pieces, capable of housing up to 500 people with their own rooms, a bar, and these are the small ones, by the way, a bar, a cafeteria, a kitchen, bathrooms, and all the other necessities needed to, run a guild.
And I will say you do have like an extra like 20,000 gold because
From Akatsuki.
Akatsuki left his behind specifically for the reason of you guys getting some kind of place going.
So you have
Okay.
200 platinum extra right now.
2,000. So it's 20,000 gold.
2,000 platinum extra.
I'd have to send a group message to ask if people are okay if I use it for this, though.
I'm guessing everybody would probably respond with yes. Akatsuki left it for guild stuff.
Okay, just making sure, because, I want to make sure that everybody, has a say in this.
This is a democracy!
It is! And I'm afraid to
I would just-
Akatsuki would fucking tease you for that. Like, I left it for you to do this with it. Use it for
He's
this.
still in the group chat.
I would like to think that he literally just says, that is exactly what I left. I wrote a note!
Kotsky does not have his phone on him.
No, he does not.
His phone privileges don't start till 10 p.m. at night. And he has them for an hour, and that's it.
Yeah,
I'm sure
just
he's
long
not passed out by that point, though. Consider
Depends on the day.
Give him a month, then it might be up an extra hour.
Fair. Alright. Then, I'm gonna take the platinum.
You can hear the...
Just do it, Zone. Just do it.
Okay, I'm ripping off a weird band-aid.
Grab it, pull.
Yeah, okay. I grab and pull.
Yep.
Real quick, I got the bank account thing set up last session, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
I'm still waiting for your message.
Alright.
Sent it in
it is.
DMs.
Oh. Which one? Stone, metal, or crystal?
Oh, which one was across the plains? The crystal?
No, that's the durability of the phone. That's not the plan.
Crystal, I guess.
Yeah, crystal cannot be broken in any way, shape, or form. Short of a wish spell. Or a 9th level spell. Or higher.
I was gonna say, that'd be one hell of a way to use a wish spell.
Right?
Destroy cell phone.
I wish to destroy that man's phone specifically.
Are these things like Nokia branded or something?
Nokia might have had a hand in it.
Who knows? Maybe a Nokia got shoved inside of an
so
interdimensional portal at some point.
Basically, to get the crystal with the plan, it's, I think if I remember correctly, 100 platinum.
Like 100, 110, something like that.
It was
That'd be
100 for
about
the. It was 100 for the stone
10,000?
itself. Yeah. It was
And then
100 for the stone itself and another 10 for the plan.
Yeah, and that's monthly. Keep that in mind, folks. That plan is monthly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Save that one for last on the list. I'm still debating on that now that I think about it.
Anyway, until people start talking more, I'm going to start looking up his items here. That doesn't mean you guys have to go dead-ass quiet until I look up these items.
See, I was gonna let you do your thing, but
Yeah.
Keen will walk up to, Olive and Akia.
Okay.
Hi there.
Olive looks over at you. Why did you do that? We haven't even had the wedding yet. You almost died.
I'm aware. It's been.
She looks like she's been crying, like out of worry.
Someone had to stop Kin from doing something stupid.
But you didn't stop her from doing something stupid.
I never said I succeeded.
I'm sorry.
Meanwhile, look, I turned that plant into a lamp. I'm so good at the magic.
It wasn't my brightest move, no.
Well, you're okay now? He's fine. Watch. She punches... Akia fucking slugs you in the shoulder.
Can I help you?
See? You didn't even feel it. She's just kind of like... You watch as Olive takes a deep breath. It's just like...
And I didn't want to leave you here? Masaru dragged me back home?
There. I was just worried. Sorry.
You okay?
Worried.
Fair.
Apologizes for being worried, remains worried.
Sorry. Apologizes for making her worried again.
The two of them could have a sorry debate. At this point, Akia puts a hand on both your shoulders. All right, you two. We will be here all day if you guys keep feeling guilty about it. You apologized, move on.
So, did Akia tell you what we were thinking?
Oh, yeah. You want to get your own house?
I mean, it's either that or we stay with my parents.
I thought they were going to get a guild hall.
Yeah. Well, Monster is working on that. Do you want to stay in the guild hall? Let me ask you this, then. You want to stay in the guild hall with all of them? Or do you want a place of our own?
Well, I
Where we
just
have
don't
little
want
more
you
fun?
to waste all your money.
Sure. I'd ask if you want a little bit more privacy than just the guild hall, but I think I know your answer.
I don't care. We'd have our own room, right?
No. Suppose if we decide we want a family of our own later, we can buy a house then.
I mean, probably want to save a little bit of money, right?
Yeah.
Make sure you have potions.
You've been talking to Imada, haven't you?
Maybe.
Alright.
But don't get me wrong, I'd love to, have a house with you. Just don't feel like, it's wise for us to, just go blowing all our money because we have it. When did I get responsible?
You've always kind of been that way. I just don't think you knew how to put it into words.
Feels weird.
Complaining.
Well, one of us has to be. Gives you a little bit of a smirk.
Yep, I walked into that one.
And at this point, Akia just kind of goes, bleh! All right, come on. I would like to find a house before I have to, go to bed. Well, you could stay in the... No. Sorry, you guys are lovely and all, but no.
Kia values her personal space.
Say that again. And the three of you kind of go off looking around for a while, now helping Akia find her own place, because Olive has convinced you to save money.
Yeah.
He's over here like, I got a wedding ring, I've got a wedding, I got a this, and a this, and a this, and a this, and a this. Why don't we just add this on top of it? This sounds like a great idea. Let's keep going. Let's add more, and more, and more, and more. And then Olive's like, okay, chill the fuck out.
He's never been good with money.
Yeah, because people give him the money.
And Mochi.
I wonder if he's paid that off yet.
That look says no.
Out of character.
He owes about another 200 platinum to Lyra.
He's paying in installments of Mochi.
She wouldn't take it all when he had it before, so...
Yeah, she wants you to have your own money. She's still your fucking mother.
Yeah, well, he could have afforded it then, and he can definitely afford it now.
You sure?
Yeah. 200 platinum. That's a tenth of what he just got paid.
What level is that spell? Warcloud. The
First
first level?
Mhm.
Thank you. Okay. Continue. Zone and Kota. Because we already know what the other two are doing, and they really don't have anything that, is
Yeah.
going to have a lot to it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess right now we have to talk to Famara's mother about this because that's the person we have to see about.
Well, you know this city a little better than I do. I haven't done much exploring. Lead the way.
Well, it's not really leading the way as much as just smell the air, and then when you get close enough to the bakery, you'll know.
Okay. Either way, just get us in the correct direction.
All right. So your clan used to your clan used to sell a bunch of items to the Crimson Eye and stuff
Well,
like that, right?
Well, we mostly got them the materials they needed to make their magic items, but we had many of our clan all over Zankoku, helping many people, selling to basically everyone. But we were well known for our alliance with the Crimson Eyes. Yes.
Okay. Wait, you were well known for your alliance and the Crimson Eye clan that was secret.
Well, most people knew is that if one of my clan was around, there would typically be Crimson Eyes nearby. In that same vein, we were also quite secretive.
Don't give me that look. That shit's expensive, dog. Sorry.
You were
Fucking
well
Saab
known,
do this.
but you were also. I'm confused.
It's a very complex explanation. My father tried to explain it to me once, and I still don't have it all lined out myself.
I could see why.
It is a very confusing system.
Oh yeah.
But
So
typically, I only ever worked directly with the Crimson Eyes.
So, are you an offshoot of an elemental clan?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that my father ever told me. We just always kept separate from most of the elemental clans.
Okay.
Most of our work had our collectors going into various areas, wherever they could find the proper materials.
So you were more nomadic then?
In a sense, yes.
Okay. And I'm guessing your guild was your central.
Yes. It was our largest base of operations. It's where we brought most of our materials back to. Either to be taken to the Crimson Eyes themselves, or if it was something not necessarily for their orders, it was sent out to our other constituents.
Other constituents?
Primarily other merchants. If it's common materials and things of that matter, such as iron or steel, well, typically iron, copper more commonly.
What type of iron and steel?
Just your simple run of the mill raw iron and just general raw materials. We didn't really do much of the actual refining or anything like that. We just simply sold it.
Okay. And who would primarily buy from it?
if it was just the typical stuff, I'm not sure on that part. As I said, we typically when it comes to the common materials being sent out abroad, that was more on my father's side of things. As I said, I only provided sales and such for those in the Crimson Eyes.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't see much outside of their village for the longest time.
Well, that's kind of hard, especially if they don't let people enter willy-nilly.
Exactly.
So, I'm gonna say around this time, we probably found our way to the bakery.
Okay.
See what I mean? The smell. It literally is a luring tool. It's just literally a lure.
Well, you are right about that. It's hard to miss.
Oh yeah. And I'm just gonna open the door and walk in.
Walk in. See that there's a few people in here currently sitting at the counter enjoying some baked goods. You can smell something from the back area, and you can just hear.
I don't know if there's like a bell or anything. Like, what's the deal?
You kind of just wait. There's no bell.
Okay.
Or you
Does
could,
she
if you really want to, you could just walk into her kitchen.
Oh no, I've heard stories.
You could holler for her.
Does she look like she's in the middle of making something?
You don't see her.
Oh.
You just hear her.
Oh, okay. Miss Nasine?
From the back. Like, doesn't seem like she heard you.
Alright, I'm just gonna wait here.
Takumi just kind of leans over. Are you sure this is who we were supposed to speak to?
Yep.
Like, he definitely seems kind of incredulous that they're in the middle of a bakery to talk to someone about a guild hall.
Comes out floating about 13 different platters. Oh, Masaru, it's so good to see you. I have something new for you to try. Hold on. And she'll go by you, start setting, like, floating out trays. Here you are. This one's, oh, nope, that one's not yours.
Still surprised?
That there. Okay, now hold on, you two. I'll be right with you. And she'll go back in the back. Comes out a few minutes later with this weird, creamy substance. Looks like when she hands it to you, the bowl that it's in almost seems cold. Takumi, you received one that's that's a brown cream. And Masaru, you received one that's kind of a whitish yellow. And there are spoons. Now go on, try it.
And like, he's just looking at Masaru like, cause he's not used to any of this.
The
It's
moment
just like,
he tries,
Eat up.
the moment he looks over, I've already taken a bite.
It is very
Okay.
cold, sweet, creamy, and tastes like vanilla.
So at this point, Takumi's like, okay, it's like, I guess we're doing this now, and just eats.
You got chocolate, and you know what it is. I call it frozen cream.
Great.
Takumi, it's probably the tastiest, sweetest thing you've ever eaten.
I will say this is definitely this is very good.
Good,
So-
good. Hold on. And she runs into the back room.
Why did you say that?
Comes back out
I was just trying to be polite.
with a bag that's got like this blue snowflake etched into the side of it and hands it across. Take it.
What is this?
Just reach in, think of a flavor that's probably in there.
All right then.
Watching
He's
you
just-
expectantly.
He's very confused, but
I'm
he's
gonna
looking
give
at-
him the look like reach in and grab another.
and then he'll just reach in
You
and
reach in and you. What flavor do you think of? Any flavor.
he just thinks of like raspberry. Why not?
I was gonna say, fuck! Alright. You reach in and you pull out this slightly pinkish purple gallon of this frozen cream that should not fit in this tiny bag.
Uh,
But it
Well,
felt
I mean-
really cold when you put your hand in that bag.
this is quite the impressive bag you have here.
Oh, no, it's your bag now. Umi, right? Takumi?
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh!
But
And she runs him back again. Comes out with another bag. And here you go, Masaru.
That's. I just take it happily.
She doesn't have just one bag when she hands it to you.
Ah.
She has a bag for every single member in your party.
Okay, so I'm literally just the extended arm right now.
No.
Okay.
oh
You guys
no.
have an entire year's supply of fucking ice cream in these bags.
Alright.
oh, the cold desert.
Kin has learned a lot of magic today. Kin has earned this.
Yeah, Kid has earned,
Okay.
but all of he's gonna think she's being punished.
Bad cold, bad cold. And now Kay remembers.
Okay. So we came here in order to see about getting a place to start a guild.
Oh, of course. And she turns around, presses a button on the back of the counter, and you guys all shift. The entire front part of it spins and spirals down as all
I
the
love
counters push themselves out and away from you guys, and you guys spiral down and down and down until you're in this small little room and you find her sitting at this desk. And you see behind is an image of the very first house. You see this small girl that looks a lot like what the fuck's her name? Machiko. Slightly different, maybe younger. And then you see someone who looks almost like Pamera, but slightly younger. Masaru, you pieced pieces together because of your intelligence, and you realize you're looking at an image of a younger version of Grandma Nasine and Pamera Parker. And you notice it's just a few houses and the bakery. And you realize the floating island in the middle of space you guys are on right now is where Pamera grew up.
Huh. Wow. So this is the island before all the shops and all the people moved it?
Hmm.
Wow, it's really expanded.
Yep.
Right. Okay. So back on track. We wanna get a guild, and I'm not sure.
Okay, do you want a 500-room guild hall? Do you want a house, or what do you want? Suddenly, business. Just pure business.
Okay.
Baker goes right out the fucking window.
I just like to think that while this is happening, Monster is just like,
Yeah. Think about the
all-
yeah. Just out of curiosity, is there a place where I can put all this ice cream so I can?
I mean, they're just small bags.
Okay.
Yeah, they're literally smaller than a bag of holding.
Oh, okay. My bad. I
They're
thought they
like
were like
this-
shopping bags that.
No, they're like this, they're about this tall and about
Okay.
that wide,
They're just little pouches.
with a little blue snowflake on it.
Okay. I thought they were like literal shopping bags that I was just holding. Okay.
I'm having flashbacks to the leftover bags.
Yeah, that's basically what these are, but these are bags
Okay.
of freezing.
Okay. Okay. So. I'm not sure if we need about
Okay.
500 rooms, but that might be a bathroom.
Well, we were talking about getting a guild hall, yes? I mean, you spoke of having various peoples of different backgrounds, and
That's true.
So 500-room guild hall, and she reaches down and pulls out this book. Boof! Here's all the amenities that you can have, and slides it across the table.
Okay.
Talk to me just as like, just looking at just how thick the book is. It's like, just this look of like.
There's a library you could have put in there. There's a bar, there's a restaurant, there's luxury rooms, inn-style rooms for other people who may not be a
What
part of the tavern
type
who wanna
of library?
stay there. But that's up to you. The more big the library, the more expensive. There's also, you can get more than 500 rooms, but then it starts getting more pricey. There's a cafeteria, there's a research center, there's a science lab, there's a spell practice center, there's a spell storage center, there's... She goes on and on and on and on.
And I'm
and
listening
on.
intently.
I am not used to businesswoman Grandma Nasine.
I have seen it once. And oh my god.
I'm just
And
used to
on,
the
and
gravity
on,
grandma that
and
makes
on,
sweets.
and on. She goes on for about an hour telling you every amenity that is in the book.
Okay.
While that's happening, Kin,
Yep.
you're starting to reach 5 hours of practice at this point. She's like, okay, you're doing a lot better. Now we just need to work on your hand gestures.
Stop it.
That was on purpose, by the way. That was in character sneeze. I think someone's talking about me.
I mean, I'm
Anyway.
talking to you. Does that count?
No, it's almost like someone's up. Ma, Grandma.
I feel like at this point they were practicing water walk and she's fallen through now. Like she was standing doing
Oh,
great.
it's
She's like,
like
wait,
cast-
what?
Quickly cast levitate on you so you don't fall on your ass.
Huh, this is worse! Lights up.
Sunbeam!
I am lamp.
I am the lamp.
Machiko at this point is just kind of sitting there frazzled because there's been times where she's the test dummy for these things. She's just like, I think that's enough for one. So, did you want to learn this different spell? I noticed it's something that you could also. Machiko just.
I feel like at this point even Ken's like, I'm so tired right now.
Your limbs are heavy. Your brain feels like mush.
So she's being levitated right now, so I feel like she's just hanging limply, like, I'm so tired.
Maybe tomorrow, and she'll lower you down to your feet.
Like, yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. I'm gonna lay down here now.
No, we have to go meet up with the group yet, Kin.
I don't want to leave up with the group. They can find me in a minute.
She grabs you by the arm, lifts you up.
That's my bad shoulder.
They're both your bad shoulder.
Not entirely. The other one dislocated, but it's irrelevant. It's fine. It's fine. Let's go.
Anyway, yeah, Mom, we're gonna cut it here because there's other things we have to do. Oh, well, feel free to stop on by tomorrow and we can do the same thing again. Practice makes permanent. And Machiko very quickly leads you from the house. And as you get outside, she stops and looks at you and goes, "Alright, now you promised me an explanation."
Yeah, about that. Look at the time. I got a watch around here somewhere, right?
She disappears and you feel a tug at your back.
Oh, fuck me.
You appear in the astral plane as she's standing there like,
Coco, help me!
Coco seems to be being forced to stay where she is.
Oh, that's mean. Don't do that.
He's
to
in the
her.
corner.
Do that to Coco.
She's just sitting there, arms crossed.
Oh.
Also, I'm giving you an out to use that thing you made.
What thing?
That you sent me.
Oh.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Do we have to be here for that?
Why, you want to go to secrets?
Maybe.
This is the secret. I know what I'm gonna name this episode now. It is gonna be the many secrets.
Many secrets.
Thank you for giving my notes a title. 3 hours later.
I will slap you.
Promise?
Okay.
With a rusty knife.
Oh, not a spoon this time?
Well, that's not slapping, that's stabbing.
I believe they call that slashing damage, actually.
Hi. You sound sad.
Hi.
You sound embarrassed.
So we can avoid at the same time, no!
Let me go change the music quick to fit the
Please
mood
don't.
of this.
This is purely for audience. I need you to be honest in this audience. Well, you're gonna have to help me with this because, again, I put, like, hold on, how many is it? 21 pages of work into this.
All
so-
I'm going to say is, don't use that. Just go off the seat of your fucking pants. Bring up certain points. Because
I
how
will.
Machiko is going to be responding might be different from how you put it.
I know. Like, I'm gonna ad-lib with it. Like, this is a reference page, purely. Pages. Because it did help, and I actually, like, Because, yeah.
I'm just trying to find good music for this.
Do we have the music from earlier?
No.
Because that was nice music. I liked that music. I feel like Kim's just kind of looking around. all right.
I found it.
Oh no. Bring back the other music, please.
Nope.
Okay.
Machiko is sitting there just kind of waiting.
Alright, well. It's a lot to say.
I mean, it's not like we don't have time. Mind you, we have a minute in here.
Yeah. Is there a way to show you?
And there's a simple memory transference cantrip that's really not that hard to do. Not even really a cantrip, it's more of a ritual.
Okay. Show me. I guess.
She'll go,
It'll make this
Come
easier.
and she'll hold out her hands.
She'll take her hands.
She'll sit there, kind of close her eyes. And you watch as she's focusing, almost as if she's meditating. And it almost looks like she's focusing on the breathing, like her mother had been teaching you earlier.
Oh yeah, Ken's doing the breathing and everything. Like
And you
she's a weird
suddenly
calm.
watch as the plane around you shifts. And you see the living room. You see this small girl with like these nubby antlers. Long white hair, and you can see what looks to be a lichen sitting on the sofa fiddling with something. And Pamela walks in, and you watch as this young girl holds it up and goes, "Daddy, look at what I made!" She holds up this strange contraption. You watch as Lycan looks up and goes, "Oh, that's amazing! Thank you, sweetheart! I can't believe you figured it out! That's amazing! Definitely my daughter." And he walks over, grabs her, scoops her up, and hugs her, and you can hear the young girl kind of, giggling happily, and you just kind of see Pamela off in the corner smiling. Both of the parents look very proud.
Yeah.
And she, when she opens her eyes, the world around back to
Right
its
before
normal
it,
way.
like, as it's doing that, she, like, grips Machiko's hands tighter. It's like, can we just stay here for a moment longer?
And she'll close
And you
her
can see, like,
eyes.
again, Ken's a very playful person. Like, sarcasm's her, like, first nature. She's not that right now. This is a very serious kid that's not outside of medic mode, as we've called it.
She will, alright. And she'll close her eyes again and watch as the world shifts again after a few seconds. This time it's different. You see Machiko sitting in a classroom. You keep watching her as she looks over at a female. At this one girl, they might be like, 8 or 10, kind of walks up to Machiko sitting in her desk. Watches Machiko gets really shy, turns a little bit red in the cheeks. They're kind of, you can't quite catch what they're saying. but you can hear Machiko's thoughts. I'm not good enough. Why would she talk to me? I don't know what to say. Also, this will be going in the VOD.
I knew it.
This isn't that kind of secret.
I know.
And the world shifts again. You see Machiko looking like she's in her early teen years. You see her mother sitting down and kind of like, showing her gestures. It was a lot like what you were doing. Every time Machiko would get something, her mom would beam with pride. And then it shifts.
So-
And you see, hold on. You see Machiko sitting down at a dinner. And then you see Akia burst through the door. Panicked. It looks like current Machiko and current Akia. Well, a little different. Akia's wearing more like punky ass clothing. She's got like a leather jacket over this cropped white shirt underneath, and these ripped studded jeans.
Don't look at me, I'm a hard ass.
And you notice one of her eyes is blind on Akia. And all you hear her say is, Machiko? There's a problem. We need to go now. We need your help. Please. And you see Machiko's got like 10 to 12 siblings sitting around the table with Pamera and Lycan. And then you hear this almost siren go off in the background. You watch through her eyes as Machiko leaves. You see this giant dragon with these prismatic scales flying overhead, breathing flames, acid, all sorts of different things across the city. You can hear the screams of people across the entire city.
So, while these memories are playing, can Kin feel what Machiko felt in those moments? Okay, good to know.
And in the last second, you watch as she stops and turns to go warn her family. The dragon flies overhead. And this entire building... You can feel this panic rise in your chest. This fear, this sudden rage, anger, panic. You feel someone, you watch as she's tugged back. As they're running, you start to see what looks to be this massive fight with this giant Oni clawing at all the different legends mentioned earlier, except for one that you haven't seen. That has these, that's almost like doing these brilliant fire magics that are almost healing healing allies and damaging enemies. And then you watch as the big demon, and you recognize the voice because you've heard it before, and when Machiko sees him, you don't sense fear. This is almost like she just wants to drop down and give up. And you watch this entity reach out. You are mine! And he literally reaches out into the air where there's nothing, and you see Lycan appear. He grabs Lycan around the torso, takes his arm, slashes it against a building, and puts it right up to Lycan's mouth, forcing Lycan to ingest this blood. Then it fades off again. And that fear sits. Then you realize it didn't fade. It you're actually looking from Machiko's perspective, as she has officially dropped to her knees and is trying to, gain her composure. You can feel the breath almost entering your own nostrils as she is trying to force herself to breathe in the way her mother taught her, to focus, to remain calm. Shifts this time again at the school. As you see Usato, very different, with this brown hair, blue eyes, these blue veins across his body. He looks scared. Then you see wherever Primera is at, she looks down at this rubble, and you see this massive displacer beast trapped under the rubble. Then you see Akio with this stone that is twice the size of her head that is crashed into her face. And you watch as someone pulls one away and her entire face is smashed in. And Usato looks over, looks around. We'll hold them off. Hiroto, we need to go. They're coming. The next thing you see is you see this skull in the sky, as if you had transported yourself outside, this giant green skull. And you feel like you've forgotten something, but you don't know what it is. Then you see this woman, a little girl, in tow, screaming, "What happened to Hiroto? Where's Hiroto?" You hear multiple people in the group. Who's Hiroto? Usato. Fuck kind of joke is that? You've overwhelmed with confusion. And now it's not so much that you're feeling what's happening in it. You start to feel this sense of regret, self-doubt. And it's not coming from the memory. And you realize she tried to drop it because she didn't want to get this close. The link, the longer it is up, eventually will start allowing you basically into their current headspace.
I think Ken's gonna let go of her hands at that point. Like, just not like abruptly, but like just carefully.
And she takes just a kind of this deep, shaky breath. And the last thing you were seeing right before things were going to happen was the clouds speeding by from someone's perspective. And you had felt this feeling of accomplishment, acceptance, as the ground rushed up and you felt it all. As you realized this is when Machiko took all the Oni, or all the feral Onis over the cliff. And you pulled away right as she went. You feel that pain ripple across your body. She takes a second. Breathing heavy. Watch as she starts breathing in through her nose, out through the mouth, in through the nose.
And kind of doing the same, just to kind of help her regulate.
And then you notice, the first time, has one tear that is fallen. This stoic lady who, she shows some emotions. She's not Akia. But she's always trying to keep that realism, optimism, like somewhere in between there.
Oh, this is about to get real relatable then.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Oh no. Okay.
She kind of will sit down for a second. Give me a moment. She'll kind of place her hand on the ground, and you watch this magic suddenly fluctuate out of her arm and hit the room around. And Coco in the background going, oh, like super excited for a second as you realize she is pumping a bunch of her charges for dragging people into the astral plane. Well, whatever charges she has to put herself in there, she's pumping what she can in there to give you more time.
Ken's gonna, like, I guess, sit down next to her. You good? Or should we?
I'm good. Just a lot to relive.
I get that. And Ken's kind of just looking around at everything.
It's like,
And she...
fuck.
It's more like she's kind of giving Machiko a moment to gather herself while just kind of taking in where they're at. And even looks down.
You notice that things are still in the other shift yet. As they're starting to fade, you notice someone very familiar to you. As it seems like an in Pomera had taken a few of the kids on like a little trip undercover. In a town. This couldn't have been more than 10, 15 years ago. You notice this man at a stall. Kinda looks up and goes, Lycan, it has been too long. Well, welcome back. What can I get you? Lycan looks up and he's like, hey, Mr. R, it's so good to see you. How's Kitty and the kids doing? And Mr. R's like, oh, you know how it is. We're just doing what we can in the area. Like, it's like, yeah, don't worry. We're gonna... Every time I come through, you know I definitely do you up nice. Make sure you're taken well care of. And Mr. R kind of looks down at where you are standing in the memory. He's like, this? Machiko? Look at you, you've grown. Kind of walks over, kneels down next to her, and kind of puts a hand on her shoulder.
Out of character, this is fucked up.
Lycan's a teleporter. He took his kids on vacations to places most people couldn't, because they can surpass security. And he looks down at her. Well, before you know it, you're gonna be the one protecting me instead of the other way around, huh? And you just hear Machiko go, of course! That's what Mommy's training me for magic for.
I don't want to share these memories anymore. I don't want to share these memories anymore. She's gonna know. Oh no.
And with that, it completely fades, and you see Machiko's finally gained her composure. And we're going to take a quick break and go join the other group for now. Hello, guys.
You will pull me back in when it's time.
I will. All right, guys, I'm going to take a step away. Kate, go ahead and let them know if they want to take a quick 5-10 minute bio break, cigarette break, or anything like that. Now is the time.
Okay.
And there might be more time, because what's about to happen might be a lot. And you know
It's
what?
gonna be a lot. Like,
Yeah. I'm gonna.
oh,
say
this is a trigger warning, straight up.
I'm gonna say this for this bit, so that we don't have them sitting in silence for forever. I'm gonna move us over to the other chat, and I'm gonna put them on mute, so they cannot interrupt at all. Because I'm not going to leave them sit there in silence forever.
Yeah. Maybe request that they have cameras off, just so it is more.
Also, we will be right back, guys. I'm going to mute here and mute the other stuff. Give us about 5-10 minutes, and we will continue this.
With the whole transference thing, does her eyes have to be closed?
No.
Or given the gravity of...
No.
Okay. Because again, like, I am
I know.
using this as a
We are-
reference, so...
Hello, everybody. We are back. All players, please make sure your cameras are off and muted.
We decided to include everybody on the trauma train.
Yep. Please mute yourself.
I did.
You're not muted.
He wants to see the little icon.
Wait, I thought I muted my headset, didn't I?
I don't know. It doesn't say your
Discord mute.
Yeah, Discord mute.
Oh, that messes with other things if I do it, but sure.
Can you sit in this plane? Seeing that last thing you saw.
Yo.
And Machiko's kind of just getting herself back to the level. When you do that, just picture energy transferring from you to the room.
Okay. I'm assuming we need to hold hands again for this.
It helps. Mainly because this isn't your demi-plane.
Fair. You know, it actually is kind of pretty in here.
You're stalling.
I know. All right. Just gonna hold out her hand. Like, let's do this.
She holds out both.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if we were facing each other still or not.
Yeah.
Okay. So, kid's gonna, hold out her hands, take Machiko's. She's gonna take a really deep breath in. As she lets go of this breath, two things are gonna happen. For all intents and purposes, a very deep part of Kin is going to...
Trigger warning, people, is what's being said here.
Yes.
If you are not okay with trigger warnings, please skip to... I will post the timestamp. But you might want to be here for this. Remember, it's a game.
She's kind of gonna open up that box inside her. Where everything dark sits. As she's doing this, she starts to shape shift, and it's gonna almost look like water pouring over her. And instead of her usual just bright white, essentially, she becomes a very dark gray. And she just opens her mind to let it all come out.
Where do we start?
The, I guess, surroundings are going to distort, and a really lush forest starts to take shape as it's coming in to view. you start to see what looks like huts. But they're not what you would expect from your typical small village. These look like they are made from the base raw materials of nature. There is not a single man-made item in these huts. Not a nail or anything. It's like they were just shaped from nature itself. But they give the feeling of home. More so as 2, 6, 10, 20, more and more start. It's a village for all intents and purposes. And as they start to appear, so do people. People that look almost identical to Kin. Very pale complected, pale hair, some with different colored eyes. Either a dark gray, or a blue, or a green, but most are the gray. People of various ages, elderly, young adult, children even, you can be seen as they start running through what would be the pathways of this village. And you get just this strong sense of community as everything solidifies. And as it does, they see a small girl run by. A girl that looks maybe 3 to 5 years old. And very similar to Kin. As she takes off into the village. As she does, you see a woman who bears a strong resemblance to present Kin, except for her eyes. They're a very bright blue, like a clear summer sky. As you hear her holler at the girl as it's running off. Do you want to do this voice, or do you want me to?
This is yours.
Oh, God. You hear the woman holler, "Jin, slow down," as the girl keeps running. Kin is... You hear her, Machiko's gonna hear her laugh. But it is very not on par for what's happening to Kin right now. There is just rivers on her face at this point. And she's just looking at everything and just kind of taking it in like she hasn't seen this place in a long time. And as she's looking, she tells Machiko, she's like, we never had a name for it, but we called it home. And you see the woman has caught up to younger Kin, as we'll call her.
Why don't you say her name?
Hmm?
Why don't you just say the name? In the memory.
I did say the name.
You did.
And the woman's caught up to her, and you can see that she's just smiling. You can feel that warmth. And you can see it's spreading to the other people that are walking by. Like, it's nothing but love in this village. Kin's looking at this woman, and you see her eyes kind of shift for a moment to match this woman's. Her name was Fox, with the summer eyes. But to me, she was simply Mama. And you kind of see them interact. And eventually they kind of disappear a little further into the village and talk to other people. As I'm trying to think how to word this.
I have the doc pulled up.
I know, so do I, and I'm looking at it. I'm trying to figure out. Oh. Kin's kind of, again, it's very conflicting because physically she looks a mess. She's this dark gray color. The tears have not stopped, but she's smiling like she literally always does. And you can feel that little bit of just love she has, not for just the village, but for this woman. She's looking and she says, "It was all I knew. Just the love of not only my parents, but this village. I grew up with the belief that we were who we are, and there's nothing wrong with that. There was no reason to hide in someone else's skin, especially amongst our own. We lived outside of a city called, how do you pronounce it? Yogawa, thank you. We never went in, though. We didn't need to. Everything we needed, this forest had. We didn't even have weapons. There was no reason. We were peaceful, happy." And you kind of see her take a deep breath. If we had, though, maybe things would have been different. And the scene kind of darkens. And what was a bright, sunny day in this village suddenly turns to a night on fire. Trees that were a bright, lush green are either a roaring flame or ash. The people that were in these little pathways, smiling and happy and joyous, are now filled with terror as they run. A man runs by where Machiko and Kin are sitting, clearly running from something, and then a very familiar, sickening kind of thunk can be heard as a spear hurled from somewhere in the dark makes impact with this man, and he falls dead. Nearby, there's a woman leaned against one of the huts, now on fire, with 2 arrows protruding from her chest. Um, trying to think. You see, Kin from earlier and her mother, but they're now joined by a man who is holding Kin as they turn and run into the forest. Kin, though, is looking back at what was her home. Now, just a roaring flame as she takes in all of this destruction and murder. And as the scene is kind of starting to darken, you see one hut in particular has the hand of a child hanging out of the doorway before the flames from the roof collapse into it. I didn't understand why they did it. Not at first. We never did anything wrong. But once they found out about us, that was all it took. No matter how peaceful we were, no matter we were who we were. And they felt as they felt, no matter where we went. And the scenes kind of get a little fuzzy at this point,
I
because...
can help out here for you.
Thank you!
Just describe things and I'll do places.
It's almost like memories are kind of going at a rapid fire now, so you're only getting glimpses of it. You see a woman throw a rock towards Kin and her mom.
Get out of here! Monsters!
You see a man behind a shop counter pointing a sword directly at Kin and her father. And it's so close and real, it's like Machiko is actually there.
Your kind ain't welcome here.
You see a child kind of pointing towards Kin.
Why
And
do
her
they
mom.
look like that, Mommy? Look away. They're not normal, dear.
And then you see a swarm of townfolk bearing literal like torches and various weapons of just common household items as Kin and both her parents are taking off into a forest nearby a village.
Don't you dare come back, you pasty freaks, or we'll be sure you never can.
And then it shifts again, and you can see what looks to be a group of maybe young teenagers crowding around a very tiny Kin.
Look, guys, the mannequin bleeds red. Come on, mannequin, get up.
And then the images are going to get a little blurry, but you can still hear the voices.
Mannequin.
Mannequin. Or it kind of settles into what looks like a common general store. And there's this kind of elderly looking man. Not that one, different one.
I know.
Kin's now looks to be maybe 10 or 12, like some time has passed. And he's kind of finishing up this transaction, but he keeps looking her up and down as he pushes his items towards, like, just as far towards the edge of the counter as he can while standing back like he wants to avoid her.
Can't say I've seen the likes of you around town. What are you?
You can call me Kin. Ken kind of present day Ken kind of laughs at that.
Just kind of watches Machiko, kind of looks her at her.
And it kind of clicks.
Yeah, it clicks.
You hear the same words said when people talk to you. You kind of can't help but think it's your name, you know? You gotta admit, it's a pretty cool name as far as names go. At this point, dear viewers, what is clicked for Machiko is that Ken has taken basically a slur and using it as her own name. Machiko is kind of realizing a burden Ken has taken on from the malice of others. But all anyone else in this group has seen is just Ken and her jokes in
Her
any situation.
smile, being super carefree. By about this point, Machiko is, there are tears of her own. She's just... She'll meet eyes with you for a second before they wander again. You can see her brain's kind of turning gears, as they would say.
Yeah.
I'm giving you freedom on this one.
I know.
Liked where this went.
Like, I do, but I don't. Like, I hate that I've done this to myself. But also, I'm like, it's kind of like what you've done recently. It's like the lore.
Yup. Kin lore! Yay!
Yeah, Kin lore. The scene's gonna take a change, and it's gonna be into kind of what looks to be a small room. It's very dim. It's nighttime. It's dimly lit by a fireplace. There's literally nothing in this room except for a rug in front of it, and then kind of tucked in a corner, these bedrolls that have kind of been set out and prepared for the night, where they can see Kin kind of where she's supposed to be asleep, but she's clearly listening in on her parents.
We must use... We need to put them on. You don't understand.
It's not right.
I understand it's not right. Look what happened to Kin the other day. No, it's easy to understand, but things aren't gonna get better. People here are cruel.
Why, Docs? Why do we have to?
So that she doesn't have to. I don't want to see her come home again. Broken ribs and a bruised black and blue eye. She deserves to go and have an education, have friends. But as we are, nobody just see us as Oni. It's monsters.
Kitten's gonna tell Machiko that moving from town to town, it took a lot out of Mama. The village I started in was where she grew up. It's all she knew. Papa knew otherwise, though. He knew what the world was like. Kind of like I started to learn pretty quick. So after that night, they decided that that's when I would start learning how to take on skins. And then the scene is going to change. It's the same room, but it's now in the daytime. And you can notice now there's furnishings where there wasn't before. A small dining table with some chairs. There's two what look to be just kind of comfort chairs in front of the fireplace. There's a woman standing in this room. She is dark complected, has short black curls, but her eyes are still the same blue that they've always been. And in front of her you see Kin trying to shift her features. And it's like you'll see a shift, and then it'll kind of go back, and then you'll see it shift again. But it's lasting longer and longer and longer. Until eventually, you see her form settle on a more tan complected, not quite the same as the woman's, but close. Reddish brown hair. But then her eyes are still the gray they always are. And you can see her mom just smiling at her like she's never been prouder. And Kin is filled with this kind of, I guess, excitement that she did this. And then you see her mother kind of revert back to just herself. You want to voice the mom?
Nope, you've already taken Mama.
You just see, again, she's beaming at Kin. And she's like, you did it! I'm so proud of you. I suppose we need to give it a name now. What are we thinking? Anne? Beth? Sarah? And you see the younger Kin kind of think this over, and she's like, I like Ivy. And that look of pride almost intensifies with her mom. She's like the Ivy we had at home. I love it, my dove. The scene kind of shifts again as Kin goes to explain to Machiko that, Mama didn't leave the house much because taking on a skin was hard for her. She didn't know how to. Not like Papa and I. So she stayed home while he took on various jobs he could find. And we got by. And eventually I found a way to help too. And then the scene shifts. And you see Kin's kind of walking down what looks like an alley in some town. And there's like a group of kids her age, maybe a little older, along with like some adults. And they look to be playing a game. But it's not one that younger Kin has seen before, so she's kind of like looking and investigating. You see like each person is kind of like going around saying a number or a word, and then they're tossing kind of coins onto the ground, and then these cards are kind of being passed around and put down or folded or flipped, and the coin is just kind of moving around until eventually it's clear the game's kind of ended. The adults have left, and the kids are kind of collecting everything. And then one of them, a much older teen happens to look up and see Ken.
Hey, you. What do you want?
Can I play
Play?
the game? Can I
This
play?
is no game, girl.
What is it?
How you survive?
Can you show me? And then you'll see the older kids kind of. At first, they're like, "What the fuck is up with this kid?" She's legit just seen like illegal back alley gambling. It was like, "Can I play?" But they're like, "You know what? Fuck it. Let's show her." You see, they all kind of sit down. And they're showing her. And then it's almost like time's passing because they're still sitting where they've been. But like their clothes change, their appearances change. Like sometimes Kin or Ivy has her hair up or it's down, or the other kids are kind of covered in various states of grime sometimes, or they look clean like they just had a bath, and adults of different kinds are appearing and not appearing. You notice a pattern to the game though, because that's how good cons work. It's very subtle patterns of where these people will win really big and then all of a sudden have a massive loss, but then they win just a little bit at the end. And you see Ken at this point went from kind of at the side watching to where it's very clear that she is running this game. Mind you, again, she is 10 or 12 in this.
Mm-hmm.
Ken's gonna kind of laugh. She's like, I forgot how good I was at cards. It's been a minute since I played. Taylor doesn't like to lose. Seriously, don't. And she's gonna look at Machiko like, do not do any competitions with her. She goes for blood, and she will rage if the thirst isn't quenched. And you just kind of see her take it in, as she's just kind of enjoying this memory for a minute. They kind of taught me a lot back then. The one thing they could not stand, though, was I would pick and choose who I let into these games. Taking only from those that weren't dire. The image is kind of going to shift a little bit into kind of, again, a multitude, just not as intense or rapid as earlier, where you see Kin kind of going around this town, and she's depositing coin into like tin cups that people are holding out. She's slipping in like these pouches of coins into the bags of people without them even knowing. And then at night,
Machiko kind of is looking around at the town now that you're going around. This knockaway?
no, it is not.
Looks familiar.
I don't remember what this one was called. I don't think we ever bothered to know.
No, this is not as big.
She kind of goes on to explain. What really threw him off was I never kept it all for me. I only kept what I needed, what my family needed. I mean, I couldn't tell you why I did it. I mean, these were the same people that probably wouldn't have helped me. If I looked like, and she kind of gestures, me.
But kind of like a shrug so as not to let go of her hands.
Well, yeah, like, just, yeah. She knows she's holding her hands like this. She's like, I guess in my mind, their judgment didn't mean they needed to suffer. And you kind of see her laugh a little bit. It's like, I guess being a medic wasn't too far of a stretch. Help the needy. But then she kind of, Ken's gonna kind of sober up a little bit. It's like, it's probably why I didn't see the problem until it was too late. And now instead of an alley, they're at a table. It's not like a fancy,
It's a bad
gambling ring. But it's clear like they've moved indoors. This is a table that's been set up. Some time has passed though, because this memory kin now looks to be into her teens. She's handing out cards, bleh. And the game kind of starts like it always has in the memories that she's shared before this. The players are winning quite a bit. They hit a huge loss, and then they kind of pick up into a small win. And a couple rounds kind of go through this. Again, in a very just professional Conway, they don't notice they're losing until suddenly one of them does.
You little thief! I know what you're doing.
And you see this man basically flip this table and go at Ken, who tries to get away, but she can't.
Where do you think you're going?
And much like what happened earlier with Corellius, you see this man almost 3 times the size of Ken grab her and just violently bash her into this wall, and her head kind of bounces. You see the man kind of pull back his hand, like as if he's about to punch Ken. But before he does, out of the other side of the room, Mashiko will see one of the kids that has been there through all of this, obviously much older, comes charging at this man and just kind of tries to, I guess it's essentially like a tackle, but this is a child, so it's more like he's just latched on to this person's leg, which causes the man to kind of fall off kilter. Instead of connecting with Ken, his fist connects with the wall, and he also loses his grip on Ken, and she falls. You see her scrambling across the ground, and while this is all happening, like, you can hear the chaos is unfolding in this room, as like there's furniture kind of toppling over. There's the sounds of coins just being scattered. You hear the unmistakable sound of flesh meeting flesh as people are getting hurt. At this point,
if I remember correctly, again.
Huh?
I'm guessing the man charges again. I'm seeing a sentence that hasn't come into play yet.
Wait, which one?
Go up,
Anyway.
right after you little thief. What's the last line? There's been no loss yet. There's been no shift for poor Ken yet in this memory.
Oh, yeah. As
I'm improvising.
yeah. So as Kin was dropped, we'll pull back a little bit.
Kept backing up.
Yep. She's looked like this skin that she's taken on, that she's called Ivy. But in this moment of fear that is so strong, Machiko feels it. The skin falls away.
A
And
thieving changeling, no less? You'll pay for this.
And then we'll fast forward. Chaos.
I got you.
Anyways. And then this memory almost shifts. And now Machiko is, it's like she's seeing through Kin's eyes. As, you see she's crawling. It looks like at first you just see her hands in the floor and you can see things kind of falling into view as they're being tossed around the room. And then you see her turn back towards the man and then the boy that had tackled him or tried to. And then you feel this deep seated fear and horror as Kin sees the man stab this boy. And his eyes kind of flare in a shot like he's just been stabbed. Like a full adult has stabbed a child, basically.
An older teen.
Yeah, an older teen, but still. And he looks over at Kin. And they both kind of just make this brief moment of eye contact. And you see his eyes kind of widen a little bit more as he sees Kin's not what he's perceived as Kin. As he kind of starts to collapse, you see him mouth the word run. And then you see, Kin looks away. She kind of scrambling to get up off the ground, and as she does, with almost reflexively, it's like she grabs this pouch that just happens to be in her field of vision, gets on her feet, and takes off across the room, where she pretty much leaps through a window, and you hear the glass shatter and fall, and she takes off into the night.
You're dead when I get my hands on you again. Dead!
As you see where she's running, like bobbing and weaving through these alleys, you can hear her breathing is heavy, and that fear is just running through her. And then it kind of starts to slow down. And you see where she's looking at the ground, but you see like where her hands are kind of on her knees, where she's leaned over and just panting, exhausted. She's been running for a while. And then it kind of shifts back to where you're looking at younger Kin again. And you see that where she's leaned against this wall of some building, and she kind of slides down it, and she's gulping in big breaths of air and crying and shaking with this fear. And then Machiko can kind of feel that heartbreak, but it's amplified as she realizes Kin's feeling it all over again, even now.
I must say, about this point in this, Kin's current feelings are also transferring with the in-memory feelings. It's you've been in this trance for about a minute.
Yeah. They didn't deserve what happened to them that day. It wasn't their mistake. It was mine. Yet they paid the price just for trying to help me. So I left town that night. Mostly because the shame I felt was so unbearable. I couldn't go back to Mama. It wasn't how she raised me. But also, I didn't want to feel this again. And they will see this past kin kind of wipe the tears off her face and continue down the alley. They'll see her.
No.
Which part?
I just realized some things about your backstory.
We'll talk about that later.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
They'll see kids sneak in to her house. Like she's done many times before, but this time it's different. Rather than just depositing the coin in the little chest that her father keeps on the mantle for their, funds, you see she's going through and picking up things and putting them in a bag, some clothes, little just personal things. And then you see her put, not all of it, but a majority of the coin that she grabbed from that pouch on the table with a note. And all the note says is, I need to fly away. I'll miss you always. And then you see Kin take on a different skin than Ivy's. You can tell she's struggling to hold it as she leaves town. Present Kin now kind of go take a deep breath as the scene starts to shift. I moved from town to town for years. I didn't bother with skins anymore. Mostly because it's hard. Think of it like, and she kind of looks around, like, I guess holding this. It's never come easy for me, but I've gotten better. So I was just me. Like you see now, in all my fabulous glory. And it helped keep people away. I didn't have to worry about anyone getting closer. Getting to know me, because they didn't want to bother, And then you're gonna see her smirk a little bit. Just like that is. Until I found her. And then the image is gonna shift a little more to a town where they're suddenly kind of in this, yeah, we're there now. They're now in kind of like this flat, not a field. There's snow on the ground. There's kind of like a line of trees way off in the distance. But in front of them is this towering wall that you typically would see around the much, much larger cities. And you see Kin, looking as she does now, maybe, was it 4 or 5 years younger? Give or take. And she's standing at the gate as this man is inspecting her clearly empty bag. You some friends, Kevin? Oh my god, the deja vu.
Don't you worry about about it.
It's nice to see you socializing is all. You'll see Ken take the bag as the
Let
gates
her
kind of start
in.
to open.
Move along.
Have fun with your friends!
Don't do anything stupid.
Well, that takes the fun out of it. And you see that she's walked into these gates. And Machiko's going to see a very familiar city. But it is not the bright cheeriness she used to know.
This is... Kobe.
You see Ken kind of have a very shaky breath. Because Ken knows what's about to happen.
Uh-huh.
And she knows that Machiko has a connection. And she kind of nods. But she doesn't say anything as the scene kind of continues. The scene you guys are taking in is a city filled with decay.
Sick.
Would you like to explain this? Because you did it a lot better than I did.
As Kin's walking through the street, the memory Kin, she sees what looks to be refugees. A lot of sick, tired, injured. And as she is starting to round into what looks to be the town square, almost avoiding the edges of the road where most of these refugees are kind of huddled up against each other, she starts to see these people. That are unmoving. Almost blue and black. Or the memory Kin notices these people are frozen. These refugees have been ignored and they are frozen at the edges of the street. Not one or two. Not even just 10. Dozens. Of dozens.
Unfortunately, they're not the only dead in the plaza.
Machiko even feels it. The shock as Memory Kin looks up, and in the center of the plaza, they see a cross and a man strung up this cross, nailed.
She'll get a kind of subtle streamline of fear that Kin had felt in this moment. Realizing that the body hanging from this cross is another changeling. Before she kind of scurries off.
As this Kin is walking, Memory Kin notices on the side of the road, almost huddled up in a corner, or placed there, I should say, this bundle of cloth. Just a small bundle of cloth. And kind of looks it over.
You see her kind of get a little closer to it. She's not sure. Before she kind of... You can see that Pastkin makes a mental note of it, and then continues on, where she comes to a shop. A small, kind of general store. As she walks in,
Machiko at this point's jaw drops. What this looked like, wait a minute. As the Kin walks in, sees an elderly man. Not like rickety and unable to move on his own, but a familiar man who looks up. Oh shit! You're still alive? This man kind of speaks.
Askin at this point had
And-
noticed injuries where he's missing fingers. And you see her go, "Shit! Mr. R!" as she runs up to this man. And they kind of start talking.
Chat for a little bit longer.
You see he pulls out a couple bags of
Supplies. Yep.
supplies. And actually what looks to be like an additional bag, because you see Paskin's like unsure about taking this. But the man is very adamant.
Just take it. Ken.
Um,
Really, it's fine. It's not gonna hurt me.
Are you sure, Mr. R? Like that's at least let me pay extra.
Like just shocked at the moment. No. This one's on me. You've been faithful for fucking years now. It's fine. This winter's apparently supposed to be a blustering, nasty one anyway, and you see what's going on outside. I don't want you to wind up being one of those people on the fucking sidewalk.
As you see Ken take these supplies, or try to, she puts coin on the table. And it's very obvious this is more coin than You see her take it back, and as she's grabbing the supplies, you see that she still had it in her hand as she quickly sneaks it back to him on the counter where he can't see, and then you hear her go, "All right, Mr. R, see you next time," and she takes off through the door.
Alright.
You see the scenes shifted back to outside the store. Ken's walking down the path, and she kind of clocks the bundle again.
The bundle's still there.
You see her kind of get closer to it, and as she's looking, the scene shifts again, and you're looking through Ken's eyes. And you can see where she sees the bundle is still breathing.
Slight rise and fall.
So you see Ken kind of crouch down, kind of put down the bags a little bit. It's like, hello? Hi? It's, you good? And as she's sat down the bags, that's when the bundle moves a little bit. And you see one very bright blue eye. A color of blue Machiko's apparently familiar with since they've hung out a few times and had a couple drinks.
She's like this woman, wait a minute.
As this kind of continues, you see kind of a mix of what's basically been deemed as medic mode Kin, with also her kind of usual humor. Like, this is a serious situation, but she's still Kin. You see as let's see, hold on. I'm trying to both remember how it went while also looking at the brief synopsis. Yeah. You see the process of like a kind of a conversation, but it's clearly one-sided. The scene shifts. You're kind of just looking back at Kin helping this very emaciated person.
Yeah, as Kin pulls part of this, starts peeling this cloth off. You notice that you see every bone in her hand. Little small girl's hand. Mind you, this girl looks like a child.
Yeah.
For the viewers.
For all intents and purposes, this is a very emaciated little girl.
And as this is happening, Kin can suddenly hear the crunching of snow from behind her. And eventually, as Kin is turning to look, a very familiar old man looks down. You know, if you're gonna tip me, you could at least do a bed. What are you doing?
Oh, shit. Hi, Mr. R. And you kind of see where she's turned back. You can tell that bundle has kind of tensed up, and you see Kin reassuring her, and like, it's okay. He's a friend. You'll be fine. Look at me. Blink. We're good. Yeah, we're good. We're happy. You're fine.
Stay right here. I'll be back. The man turns and starts heading back to his shop.
And then the scene kind of changes. It's a weird kind of like, it's going through the motions, but it's almost like it's fast forwarded, where you see this man take off and then he comes back. He has an additional bag of supplies. He has what looks to be a cloak. He's also wearing a cloak, and then you see a process of getting a jacket on this small person, and he picks them up almost like a child, cradling them close, while Kin takes his cloak, puts it over him, and then you see her shapeshift. Nobody, you guys know. Some of you might know. And they kind of prepare to walk on. Before that happens, though, as they're kind of getting the cloak situated over this body, Machiko can clearly see exactly how emaciated this person is. There is no imagination required as to what the skeletal anatomy of a person looks like. And as the trio of them kind of walk on, King kind of looks at her as Machiko's taking this all in. She was so small then. Like a freshly hatched pigeon. But she will never tell you. Scavenging to survive however she could, even in the worst of conditions. Even back then, there was so much resilience, so much strength in her. My Taylor never let the world take that from her. Refused to let it crush her no matter what the fates flung her way. And it's what I love most about her. And you can kind of see Kin's hair is turned a little pink as she says this. And then you see the scene is shifted. They're in just this rickety ass looking shack at this point. That's
Very rickety.
It's hanging on by a thread, but it's got kind of a homey aspect to it. The best that you could do. You can see this man has taken care of this Taylor.
Very emaciated.
Very emaciated Taylor. Has fed her some food and is, kind of wrapping it up. It's like she won't admit it. But I can't happy burrito nearly as good as Mr. R could. I don't think anyone but him will have the skill to the perfection it should be. And you see kind of Taylor fall asleep. You see Mr. R and Ken kind of settle in for the night. Mr. R is leaning against a door with a sword in his lap. A sword, if many of you were paying attention, looks very familiar to one Ken has on her at all times now. And then you see Kin kind of lie up next to Taylor. It's almost like she's creating a barrier between Taylor and just the room as she's in the world as she settles in for the night.
Mind you, also Taylor looks so pale that Machiko also is realizing that you're in this memory thinking that Taylor's not human.
Yeah, for a while there, Kin thought Taylor was also a changeling.
Hair matches, eyes pretty close.
But again, you know, she grew up in a village where not all changelings had colorless eyes.
Not all changelings do.
Bump the table.
And the pale skin.
Suddenly the scene shifts. They're still in the room. The fire's gone out that was there before. And it's like you've immediately woken up.
Wet. As if doused.
And you hear this loud banging and these shrieks. You see Kin kind of panicking, trying to figure out what to do. You see Mr. R leaning against a door as these claws burst through it. And he takes the end of his short sword and just rams it against them, and they pull back. If Mr. R hadn't been there that night, I don't think we would have survived. You see Mr. R rip open the door and just...
Wait. That's not it. It was nice meeting you, Kin. Look after that girl for me.
Oh my god. You had to.
Hey, you fuckers! I'm over here!
It's your stage now. Go ahead. Tell them what happened.
This part is where only Kin can see, so everything's explained through you until you guys get out.
At this point, you do see Mr. R disappear into the night, closing the door behind him. You see Kin kind of scrambling fast, but again, she's trying to be quiet as she runs up to the door and pulls down this bar that was previously over it. You see her turn back and kind of quietly go back to where Taylor is laying on the bed as she crouches down next to it and starts slowly pulling her and then putting her underneath the bed. And then you see her kind of go under there as well. Again, like a barrier against the world. As she settles in, holding this knife like it's her lifeline and watching the door until you see her kind of pass out.
Next morning comes along.
You see present Kin kind of take a deep breath. Even though I'll always be grateful that he was there, part of me always wishes that he hadn't been. After everything. And then another slideshow of scenes start to happen. You see Kin trudging through snow, and she's like digging through it and
Following blood spatters.
uncovering what looks to be a mound, and you'll see the face of like a dead feral Oni. And you'll see her quickly bury it back again.
No.
Looking a little queasy. And then all of a sudden, you see her do it a couple more times, and then it shifts, and then she's at another bloodied mound. But you can see a 3-fingered hand sticking out of the snow. And then you see her digging rapidly, and slowly but surely, Mr. R starts to get uncovered. You see her kind of panicking. You see all of a sudden she tries to move him, and there's a sword, and then suddenly Taylor's there, and you see them working on him, trying to stabilize him, and then you see them dragging him through the snow, and then they're suddenly back in the hut, and Taylor's working on him, and then eventually you see Kin kind of jump in and take over as Taylor kind of just slumps. Every ounce of energy she had in her tiny, frail body at that point gone. Kin kind of panicking, but trying to patch and tighten up the wound as best as she can since they've removed the sword. And then you see her kind of sit back into a chair and completely collapse like she is exhausted, before standing up and throwing up profusely, facing away from them.
This scene also shifts. As another scene where Taylor's not looking as emaciated, as still pretty slim, sickly.
Yeah.
Mr. R is there. Those Kin. There's 3 others. A woman and 2 children. The woman is currently at the pot. You know, anytime you need help, it's fine. You just have to ask.
This woman, just for clarification for some that are here in our little player group, this woman has 1 blue eye and 1 green eye. And her hair almost looks like it's a multitude of colors. Kind of like what you'd see in a calico cat.
I want to know if anyone's picked up on that reference yet. It's okay. I really don't mind helping out. Seriously, I like doing it. Ken, just don't be afraid to ask for help, okay?
And then you hear the sound of armored boots marching before a loud bang on the door as it flies open. This was the second time they showed up.
Machiko sees as these guards throw it open with a battering ram. Soldiers start piling in. Weapons are immediately out. Taylor scurries over to the bed, and she starts hearing the sound of soup, soup, soup. In the room currently is just there are Taylor and Ken. And his wife. 2 kids.
Kitty.
His wife, Kitty. And the memory, Ken hears the sound of and watches as Kitty looks down as 2 bolts protrude, falls over, and the next thing everyone hears is a loud BANG that makes everyone's ears ring.
And all it's heard is this ringing as everything unfolds.
As She's only able to go off of sight now. The memory kid watches as another bolt flies through. And the boy, almost trying to find somewhere, the young boy trying to find somewhere safe, turns to almost look for his father or mother, trying to figure out what's going on. The bolt sinks right into his eye. He falls over backwards. Mr. R starts reaching across, and by this point, Machiko in the watching right now is in full tears. And then Mr. R gets hit. As these multitudes of bolts impact him. And the chaos continues.
It's almost like a blur before it settles.
And all Kin can see is Taylor trying to help the girl that got hit by 3 bolts. Is laying motionless, trying to take it to her, taking her last breaths. Taylor tried to save her.
This is going to be another trigger warning for anybody watching. Because of a brief moment that happens. Kin can't even hold back the pain she feels at watching this all over again. I tried so hard to be the good my mama knew I could be. I tried so hard to fight against the monsters in this world. The ones we knew and the ones we didn't. But that day, I became the monster. And then the scene suddenly shifts, and they're back inside the walls.
I am going to put this out now. This right here is an extreme trigger warning.
Yes.
Be warned, this is where things start getting nuts.
And this is where I'm gonna let you take over in describing this.
Kid is walking through the town. Guards can be seen in the center. You realize Taylor's not with her. And a sudden quick shift of the memory as Kin sees Taylor walk off with that strange weapon in her hands, a look of determination, rage. He marched towards the city. The scene shifts again as Kin comes up on the plaza to see 2 guards, a bunch of others. The 2 guards currently dragging a small girl. White hair, pale skin, and bright blue eyes. Dragging her up to a place where once a changeling hung. The new cross set in place. All Kin sees one of the guards grab Taylor by the hair, lift her up, dragging her closer to that cross. And hears, man, what I would do to that one before she got strung up. And the red starts shit. The vision almost seems to turn red, like there's a crimson moon. There's no crimson moon.
Machiko even looks towards the sky in this memory.
Mm-hmm.
And the sky is fine.
No. This guard starts to do some very unspeakable actions preparing for things. That's all we're gonna say.
When suddenly you feel this burning, red-hot rage just consume. And Kin's form changes. A form some of the group has seen now that looks very much like a feral Oni.
As she does this, you watch as Kin. You can almost. Machiko can hear the thought process, a memory. As one of these ferals before had screeched and help came. And Kin turns her face to the sky. Two loud screeches.
And then you see her take off.
Right for the man, who is now very confused as they're trying to, now re-prepare for battle instead.
It's like they've heard a screech. And they're very confused because it sounded very close.
Mm-hmm.
Second screech. They see the source, but now the source is in their face. As Kin, in this feral Oni skin, grabs this man by his throat and just digs. And then pulls him close. You can see that she says something, but you can't hear what it was. But it has the effect needed as this man looks terrified. Granted, he's got daggers for nails in his throat.
But he's trying
The
to,
fact
not bleed out, not choke.
That a feral Oni just spoke to him. Just a psychological level of...
Oh, fuck.
before she pulls and just straight up rips his throat out. And as he collapses, you hear her let out a third shriek.
And she looks around to see not dozens,
Not a couple.
hundreds of feral Oni are crawling over the walls. Taylor is currently laying on the ground, horrified.
More so as one of them runs up to her, picks her up, and runs down an alley with her.
The entire time, Taylor is trying to pull herself free, struggling, trying to get free of whatever the fuck this feral is, because this ain't right.
And then you kind of see where she's put down. And you can hear talking. You can't hear what's being said as you see the Oni start to melt away and Kin appears. And then you see Taylor pass out.
Kin, at this point, can hear the sounds of screams. People all around the city. She called the ferals for help, and the ferals came. They helped with the problem Kin wanted help with. The ferals are in it for their insatiable hunger. They didn't stop at those guards.
You hear all this as you see Kin carrying, kind of dragging,
Carrying.
unconscious Taylor down into a cellar, sailor, and then closing the door. Can you feel this massive amount of guilt as she relives all of this? One of...
There was a family down in the cellar, by the way.
They'll see. Yeah, they see all that. Anyways. You see Kin is sitting beside, or I guess in front of Machiko, just kind of sobbing at this point as she lets that grief and that guilt and that shame just consume her in that moment. I'll never be able to forgive myself for the lives I took that day. Because not all of them lived in the darkness that I've seen. Not all of them were ugly and
This scene shifts as both Kin and Taylor make their way out of the cellar in the morning. And a guard has laid himself atop the cellar door. As Kin flips the body over, find the guard that always was there. Last time she came into the city, and though she was wanted, let her in, defended her as the guard, known as Kevin, which Kay actually didn't realize his name was Kevin when we did her backstory until,
yeah, she was just calling him Kevin because he looked like a Kevin.
his real name was actually Kevin. As she sees him, he's got a chunk missing from his neck. And he seemingly had very purposely put himself over this cellar, almost to cover it and hide something he cared very deeply about in that cellar. And at that moment, the family that was in there comes out.
Are you adding to this? I swear to God.
Because you found out that that was his family in that one shot.
Yeah, but they never came out of the cellar when they left.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't. I got the video to prove this.
Either way.
We're gonna see Kin and Taylor walk through the city. Some questionable body modifications happen before they leave. And
By
then,
Taylor.
by Taylor. And then you kind of see a slideshow of scenes again. And you see Kin is studying medical books that Taylor is kind of quizzing her on. You see her handing out gold, kind of like what she did before, like she's always done, basically, since they left the village she started in. You see her helping Taylor tend to people. Then you see them settling in a town. And then you see this same town. And then you see Kin and Taylor talking to a very familiar man as they volunteer to train as medics for the war. I won't be able to forgive myself. But I've tried to make the light in this world brighter. And then you'll see more scenes start to change. You see Taylor smiling and trying not to laugh. You see Kin patching up Rekka during a fight before dashing off to heal Akatsuki. You see Akia hiding a smirk. You see Machiko's clone smiling, and what could be considered as blushing, I guess, for a clone. You see Olive smiling as Kin gives her a paper-mache three-legged bear. Taylor rolling her eyes but smiling. Masaru and Akatsuki laughing as Keen tries to show off by making fireworks and failing quite horribly. You want to know why I begged him to trade me? You see the scenes continue to change. Refugees huddled amidst the tavern being tended to by various medical aides. You see Akatsuki sitting with Lee, looking absolutely devastated. You see Masaru approaching Akia with a look of sorrow And then you see Pamera falling down onto the ground next to Lycan. This broken wail leaving her as she's trying to heal a very broken Machiko. And then you see various faces, as if you're looking through Ken's eyes, of people smiling and laughing. And then the faces of their friends and Machiko's family. Rekka, Keen, Olive, Akia, Akatsuki, Masaru. I don't remember her actual name, so I put Gravity Grandma.
Mrs. Nassim.
Yeah. Lycan, Pamera, Usedu, Chimitsu, Riveth, Imada, Hiromi, Taylor. I did it for them.
I don't understand.
Ken's gonna kind of smile at her. What I told Cyric was true. My life is finite. It's very limited. And I only have a little bit of time to try and make the world better. I won't get to see it though. And that's okay. But you, all of our group, you have a chance.
Chance for what?
To finally be happy.
Kid.
It's okay. And she kind of laughs a little bit. This is something I have known for a while now. My life has been full of monsters and suffering in the dark. And it's not gonna get better by the time the fates have decided. I've had enough time in the physical world. But you guys, you'll get to have that. And I'll do everything I can to help you get there. Ken, at this point, is gonna let go of Machiko's hands and let everything kind of fade away. Yeah, I've apparently made an enemy. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? I'm sure they'll eventually come around and see how awesome I am. And you kind of see her chuckle, a little smirk. And if not, well, I mean, he's not going to be able to be mad at me for long.
What about Taylor?
Ken kind of takes a deep breath. And she's still kind of smiling. But it's a little sadder now. Taylor is one of the most terrifying people I've come to know. But her heart is worth more than all the platinum in the world. And if given the same option, she would have taken it. She technically already has, though I'll never know the extent since she can't tell me. She'll come around and understand. She kind of gets a very serious look on her face. And when that time comes, I know she'll have all of you to lean on to keep her smiling.
She'll take your hand. Allow you to help her up. You know it's been about 2-3 minutes now. We don't have a lot more time in here.
Before we go, I have something to ask of you. When it happens, when I take my little break, there's a bag with my stuff. It's blue. Just like Taylor's last. You can't miss it. Like, I made sure to get the same color. It took me hours. She hasn't done the shopping yet, but this is what we're getting. Full disclosure.
You
There's a
probably
few-
have at this point. You've had time.
Oh, I went shopping finally.
You've had 5 days. Literally,
we're-
3 of them are ones where you've had half movement speed, so you could walk.
Okay, we'll get to that later. Anyways, there's a few things inside of it. The necklace, a letter. I've changed a little bit on that. Directly for Taylor. There'll be a couple more. And they'll have names on them. So you know who they go to. Could you?
Yeah. Make sure they get to him.
Ken's gonna smile at her, and it's the bright, carefree, joyful smile that she has all the time. Thank you, my friend. And she hugs Machiko as they disappear.
Now, Warcloud, I understand you don't have a lot of time. Everyone may unmute and turn their cameras back on.
That is a really well put together backstory.
Oh, damn right it was. I worked a week on this motherfucker. We had a script.
Hello, buddy. Warcloud? You still with us? Aha, there they all are. I can see some of you with the watery eyes.
Hang on. Kay,
Yeah.
I have
Fuck you, Kay.
Out of character, everybody. Welcome to Jin,
And
the mannequin.
at about this point, it is after Aki has found her own place. Keen, you've probably started heading back to the tavern for a little bit. Masaru, you've closed your deal. You've got something that we'll talk over afterwards. And about this point, Noril, you've finished your shopping and have started coming back after getting your new, thing. We'll just go with that. I can't think of the word right now. To put into your book. And all of you guys are kind of converging at the same time. You watch Machiko and Kin reappear right in front of the tavern. Machiko's eyes are puffy, red. Kin looks just like a bundle of so many different emotions, but that smile is still there. And Machiko's the first to notice you guys. And she kind of gives you, Kin, this little pat that tells you we're not alone anymore.
Ken's gonna look over. I'm like, What's up, Pots and Pans? What you been doing? Oh, I'm sorry. Prince Pots and Pans. And she does this ever dramatic bow.
Keen, you see Machiko kind of turn and walk, not dangerously close, but enough to the edge where she turns away. She's kind of doing this. You guys are on that side of her. All of you can see her do this. Keen, this is unusual behavior for Machiko.
You walk up to her. Just quietly. You okay? What's going on?
That's a little difficult to explain. It would take a very, very long time to explain it. As you see now that she's not embracing Kin, having something hide her face, still tears are pouring down her face. Looks like she just relived someone dying. Losing something, gaining something, finding bad news, getting good news. Responsibility.
Machiko, you alright?
No. No.
Aiden's
Is
gonna
Akio
kind of
with
see
us?
this happening. And
Akia's
she's gonna kind of
Akia's
turn.
at her house.
She's gonna kind of turns towards Machiko and Keen.
She's turned away, looking out at the expanse.
I mean, Kin is. And like, oh yeah, it turns out I'm not quite in control of the magic, and it's not the greatest. But I'm getting better. I'm getting better. Like, look at this. And she's going to do like a small create water like sphere. Whoever, everybody looking at Kin real quick. Roll a perception. I don't have it open, so let
I
me
would
know
say
what you roll.
insight.
Insight. Okay, insight.
Do you have a die on you?
Me?
Yes.
Hold on.
11.
Oh, Narelle! Masaru, oh my god!
I got a 21 over here.
Sorry, Kota, I knew this was gonna hit you like a fucking freight train.
It wasn't until the end.
Yes, I have dice on me.
Okay. Why don't you roll a d20?
Okay.
I have your thing pulled up.
My thing?
Your sheet.
Your sheet.
Add
Okay.
6 to your roll.
Add 6. All right, somebody else do the math for me. 14.
That's an even 20.
That's a soft 20. Takumi? You describe what he sees.
As you see, Kin make a little sphere of magic. Water. You can see where her face, she has similar tear marks down it. But it's very obvious she has put whatever caused those back inside a box inside herself. So that all anyone really sees is the happy-go-lucky, always has a fucking joke Kin.
Narelle, are you going to bed? It's been a long day. The tavern's open again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do the things that I said I was going to do.
Yeah,
And
to copy that.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Um,
So immediately, Naril kind of probably
As he passes,
Yeah.
it's not how you address royalty. Just like growling it to himself.
I will say. So I'm gonna guess only Takumi noticed this.
We're going to go on break real quick. I've got to piss like a motherfucker.
I gotta
B,
go.
Warcloud has to leave. So we're going to take a quick 5-10 minute potty break for anyone else, and we will see you later. Warcloud, thanks for joining us tonight.
Bye, Warcloud.
And I will be right back.
I'm really happy he got to do his shopping earlier.
Stream is now going on. Be right back. Thank you guys. We will be right back. We'll probably go for about an hour or two longer, and then we will probably cut it.
Okay.
Hello, guys. We are back. We've had a chance to get our, gather ourselves a little. We're gonna jump right back into not gathering ourselves again.
Because as I was gonna say, since Takumi was the one that saw kind of what's actually going on, Ken kind of sees where he's looking at her really closely and picking up on the subtleties behind the, mask. And she kind of gives him a look, almost pleading. Very much just, don't say anything. Please. As she continues to, she's, again, smiling and whatnot, and then she, kind of drops it. Dang it! And then her hands light up again. I'm the light bulb again! Help me!
If there's no Pomera here.
Why'd you go? I need your mom!
At this
It
point,
won't turn off!
Right.
Machi's a little out of it and not paying attention. Hold that thought. Keen, as you're over by her, you watch as she just drops. And you've seen her use this technique before when she's focusing on magic she hasn't learned and is trying to. A deep breath, her nose breathes out. This time's very different. Each breath is very shaky. Her body is quaking. And all you hear is, I will.
He just kind of looks over at Kin, just giving her a look like, what the fuck?
I'm too busy being a distraction. She is now a light show with her flashy hands. Maybe if I clap, it'll turn off.
Clap on, clap off.
I don't.
By the way.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
Miss Nasine gave us all ice cream, in
What kind?
a bag. Anything?
Gimme.
Yeah, throw her a bag.
You're gonna look at you like, ha ha ha. Taylor's gonna be so jealous.
I think there's some for Taylor too. I was given a lot of bags. Okay, are you going to eat the ice? Whatever. Are you going to eat the frozen treat, or are you going to give it to Taylor?
Yes. She holds out her hand for the other bag.
I'm gonna back away slowly.
Go hold on, come on, pots and pans, give it over. I know magic now. We don't know the capabilities that I have just yet.
I'm not scared of your magic.
At this point, you guys hear the door tavern to the door to the tavern open. The hell are you guys doing out here?
Ken's gonna hide the bag behind her. Nothing.
As you
We have
see,
frozen treats.
Taylor comes out.
God damn it!
You watch as she looks over at Machiko. She looks right at you, Kin.
No! Oh no! Oh no! Okay, out of character as players, just so you all know. She doesn't know any of this. Taylor doesn't know.
All I'm gonna say is that good luck.
What? No! No!
By the way, that was a 14 on the die.
Yeah.
She just kind of looks at you, Kin.
I have ice cream.
And he walks by you, Kin. Goes over to Machiko. Bends down and grabs her by the forearm. Come on. Sounds like Master brought ice cream. I hear that ice cream's really good for when you're feeling really down. When are we headed?
I have to ask, does Mrs. C know everything about what's gonna happen? She always comes prepared.
And she helps Machiko up. Keen, you're sitting there and you can see her kind of like... Taylor has this knowing attitude, but not... She seems to understand that she knows partially why. But not fully.
Like, the dots are there. She's just trying to figure out how to connect them.
I mean, she's got some of the dots.
Yeah, she does. About 25% of the dots.
Yeah.
She's just trying to wonder why did that hit her like a freight train?
Yeah. Because out of everything that you guys heard, the only thing she knows is what she was there for.
You guys missed out on some of what that was. Because the first instance of Kin meeting Taylor was not included in these memories.
Yeah.
Why the guards took her
Oh,
is
brown pants. Brown pants.
brown pants, red shirt. Brown pants, red shirt.
But slightly dry socks.
Slightly. Dobby's a free elf. Taylor will help her inside. Yeah, not too long ago, earlier in the day, Machiko was a bundle of spice and vinegar.
He was not the happy burrito.
Now she's not the happy burrito in a different way.
Ew.
You guys head in. And at this point, you see Lee at the bar. And you look at her and you realize she looks like she's had a few. Just sits there with this drink kind of twirling it.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go check on her.
And she's like, okay, I'll help with Machiko.
Thank you.
I feel like at this point,
And
it's just
hey,
harassing Monster. Like, what else you got? Like, what
Yeah.
other flavors?
Just reach in. There's literally multiple flavors inside one of these things.
Oh, and this one? Or that one? Oh my god.
No. And the one that you were given.
Why does this one smell like chocolate, but that one
It's a
doesn't?
year supply.
no, they're all different. They're all different flavors. It's
Oh, they're all different
multiple-
flavors. My bad.
No. Each bag has a mass variety of flavors. It's like a bag of holding, but freezing holding. And
Oh,
it's
my-
just ice cream in there.
My,
And it's
my
one
bad.
bag per person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Ken
this
has
one
her
has
bag
for
like
each of
to
you.
her face and takes it. Like, this smells amazing in here.
Okay, so
And nope, I'm cutting you off now. Olive looks at you after she calls out to you. Be gentle.
I will.
As you guys very excitedly. Ken, you're not oblivious to the fact. And you did hear about Emiko earlier. Mind you, you don't know that Akia is a recovering alcoholic, but
That Lee is.
Lee,
Yeah, say,
sorry.
wait, what?
Lee is a recovering alcoholic. Also, I'm gonna. Okay, whatever. But you're too busy trying to, direct attention off certain things. Keen, you approach the bar.
Hey, Lee.
Hi.
Sorry about what happened earlier.
Takes a very deep breath.
Is Emiko okay?
No. No, she's not. Cold spreading.
Cold is spreading.
Ice Faralloni bite acts like a petrification.
Oh. So that's what happened to her leg.
I feel like at this point, Ken has taken in the seriousness of the room and has kind of gotten quiet.
She taps the glass on the counter. Ono comes over, pours up another drink. And when you look at it, you realize that liquid is black.
Is it what I think it is?
She's drinking it like water. At this point, Taylor helps sit Machiko down. She says something to Machiko, and then she goes into the back room.
And
Then you
we'll-
see your father come out. And your father's cheeks are.
Ken sees this and she's gonna kind of hand the bag back to Masaru. And not run, but walk pretty quickly, following Taylor.
Does anyone else follow?
I will.
He goes to his father.
Ian, you get to your dad. He sits down in one of the corner booths. Just kind of sits and as soon as you sit down, it doesn't even seem like he's noticed you yet. Everyone in the tavern right now just hears him. Fuck! Fuck!
Dad, what's going on?
Realize your dad is struggling to make words. Ken,
Yeah.
you walk into the room that you and Taylor were sharing before. You see Taylor is holding this bucket, steaming. And very carefully, she puts a rag in. You notice on the bed, Emiko Satoka. Now, her entire leg, and now up to about her sternum. Looks like the people from the city where you met Taylor. Taylor is very gingerly wiping water over it. You notice the skin kind of goes back for a brief second. Or it takes that blue shade on again. You're noticing each minute, or yeah, about each minute that passes, it spreads.
Ken is.
You two follow in. Those of you who followed before, followed Kin. You start to see this woman that was powerful was there for you. Obviously, fucking sorry, Kotsky's not here. I can't fix that one.
So I haven't said anything because Takami's just kind of like, this is none of my business.
Is this a curse?
No. For a brief minute, and you've been trained in medical. Someone who is dealing with a very likely lethal problem wakes up. The goal is to not let them see. Emiko's eyes flutter open. Kind of looks around the room, confused, and begins to look down.
So Ken, sees this and kind of in a fast move kind of deal. You see her grab the necklace and she says something, like she's very under her breath whispering, which I sent to you. And then she kind of rushes over and is like, hey, we're good. We're gonna fly back down. All right? You don't want to move too much. It's okay. I'm gonna be honest with you though, all right? Just look at me. We're trying to help. We're doing what we can. But I need you to stay calm, okay? And she's gonna smile at her. It's like, we're gonna make you better, okay?
You see this sad smile come across her face. No, you're not. Okay. It's bad, isn't it?
Ken's kind of gonna look at her.
Oh, it's bad.
And I mean, she's still eye contact, like she's aware of how bad it is, but she does not look away from Emiko. It is. We're gonna make you better, though. I promise.
The only way to make me better is at the Sun Ronin Temple. You don't have those means. You don't have to lie to me, Ken.
Ken's still smiling. I'm not, I promise. It's gonna get worse at first, though.
She kind of reaches out, grabs your arm. Don't. Not this time. She looks you dead in the eye and says that. Please.
Ken's still smiling. They need you.
They don't.
And you need them. They do.
Yeah, well. She reaches over, pats Taylor on the arm. That's not what this one said. Oh, have they been? Taylor looks up. She's like, with this look, like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. This one needs you more than you know.
Ken's kind of going to glance over at her. Brief moment of pink in her hair. And
Taylor is fucking bright red.
Ken's gonna, again, kind of look at her. A little bit of pink, smiling. And she has me. But they still need you. So when she turns back to Emiko, we're gonna do what we can. And then we're gonna make it better. And you can't tell me no. Trust me, this one's tried for years and it's not worked out, so. It's okay. And then she's gonna like lean in real close. Kind of like whisper into Emiko. Plus, it makes her take care of me for days. All to myself.
At this point, she grabs your arm before you can pull away. Telling you don't, so you don't disappoint yourself. Won't work. And she lets you go. Keen, you haven't gotten anything out of your father. You have no idea what's really going on.
I think after a couple minutes, he'd give up on talking to his dad. Follow to the group that went to the room.
You walk in and you see this. She, at this point, has kind of like that band around here. And she's got like this almost towel-esque like thing around her waist to cover up, her private parts.
Because, decency.
But the rest of her is out to sea. You can see where the bike got her. This nasty purple. Keen.
Miko,
Come here.
walk over.
He'll reach out and grabs you by the arm. Pulls you closer. Take care of them for me.
Of course.
This isn't your fault. None of yours.
We should.
I'm a huntress. This is my job.
We got in the way.
Doesn't matter. You tried to help. That's the point. Your intentions were true. And my dad's alive.
Good.
I know. Just do me a favor.
Yeah.
She'll just kind of take a deep breath. Looks off in the distance for a minute as I am going into my characters and shit, because there's a lot of them. Definitely don't have too many characters.
Lots of name, not enough brain space.
Mood.
Make sure you tell she's away. I'll be watching.
Time I see her, yeah. Hey, Akia got a house today.
Akia got a house, huh?
She got her own place.
Look at her growing up. She's at the bar again, isn't she?
Yeah. Sorry.
Not your fault. I did something.
What did you do?
Well, one that got me tried to bite my dad, so got in the way.
Emiko, that's some shit I would do.
Guess it runs in the bloodline?
I guess. Hey. You're twice my age.
Yeah. Maybe twice your age, but had a long time to decide what's important.
What'd you decide on?
You'll see. At this point, you've seen it creep up to the bandage on her chest. At this point, Taylor's kind of just sat on the bed. Then, and then, you watch as she places a hand on her leg. And Ken, to your horror, you start to see her bones show through her fingers as she starts to transfer life to Emiko through a very dark power that is not a medical, very magical in nature. As you watch her own life force start to drain. And Emiko regains 25 HP. She gets up, goes over to the dresser where you see there are a few trays of food and about 6 healing potions that are full. Another 6 are empty. picks up what looks to be some of the food, eats it, then takes one of the potions. And you notice the freezing goes down a few inches, as you saw earlier when she was touching her leg with the warm rag. You two are something. Miss Taylor. Stop. You may think you're helping, but let me tell you, this process hurts a lot.
Oh.
Taylor, you realize now, Kin, that Taylor had just stepped outside to get air. She's probably been doing this since she came back.
Yeah.
And she's turned away, and you see one tear start to fall, and she reaches up and acts like she has an itch.
Has she left the room at this point?
No?
I thought she
She
did.
finishes food. She takes a healing potion, and you watch her come back to full HP. And she turns around, grabs the rag, and goes to continue. Anyone who is proficient in magic. You may make me an Arcana check to see what the fuck is going on.
Do I need to, or?
No, you see what's
Okay.
going on.
Yeah. Okay, I'm aware.
You know her capabilities. She trained ya ass.
They did.
Kotsky's over here like, Kota's over here like, this is too much this session. No.
Like, I am mentally already just emotionally drained. So. Then there's just the fact that, one of the only other people that can use magic in the party is currently just like, okay, this isn't, I shouldn't get involved because I don't know what's going on.
You were asked to help in the medical tent the other day. Or in the medical area the other day.
True, but that doesn't mean he knows what's going on in this exact moment.
Fair. At this, you notice her crystal sitting on the table. I'm really sorry to do this to you, buddy. And you guys hear the sound of what sounds like burning. You notice this. You guys, if you are looking back towards the door, you guys nearly go blind. As if the sun is in the doorway. But I've had this planned.
I'm sure you have.
And Hikari steps through. Kind of glances back at the doorway like, Natsuki, you'd gotten a message earlier from your sister saying that something was wrong with Emiko. And Hikari made an exception. It's very temporary.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, she can keep this portal open for 10 minutes and only can do it once a day.
Mm-hmm.
only gone for a little while, and this is what I come back to.
Hey there,
These-
little brother.
When Nakia told me something happened, I didn't know it was this. And he'll step closer.
Reach out, take your hand. You know, you may have been gone for over 90% of your life. I feel like you've been around forever. When you get back, you're a badass Sunroad. Make sure Mom keeps herself out of her drunken stupor, unlike right now. You look
Do
good.
what I can.
She already got you sweating your balls off.
Well, I mean, you should know this family training is never easy.
As she coughs, you almost see the mist comes out and forms into these solid particles and falls. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Fuck. Whatever you do, do not do a ritual that puts me in with fucking what's his fuck. You hear me?
Yes.
Looks up at the ceiling, and you notice Taylor go to start wiping her again. And Emiko, with blinding speed, with her, part of the body that works, reaches out and grabs her wrist. No, Miss Taylor, you can't save everyone. Please just let my suffering stop.
I think I sent you a DM that may be relevant.
It's already over. That's why it's setting in.
Fair.
The 3 are made within the first 10 minutes.
Got it.
I made the saves way early on.
I figured. I had to try.
I know. Hey, pots and pans.
Hey, the nickname's catching on.
Damn it. Yeah.
Make sure these idiots stay out of trouble, will you?
I'll try my best, but that's a hard task.
Yeah, it is. I'll go get Mom.
Yeah, go get her.
Ikari will slowly move the portal to the wall instead of being at the door.
Kate will head out to the bar. Please, she's asking for you.
She goes to stand up. You watch her stumble for a second. Catches herself.
Hey.
Come on, Lee, get it fucking together.
In the room, Ken's gonna kind of look at Taylor. Like, hey, you might want to go help Keen. She was at the bar.
You can see Taylor's lip quivering. She's trying to hold it back.
She's gonna like kind of hold her hand that has the rag, and then look at Taylor like, I got this. I'm gonna take the rag from her hand. Go help him get her in here. And then let me know when she leaves the room.
Takes a very deep breath. Yeah, of course. That would be helpful. She says that last part with venom. And you can hear that it's not towards anyone other than herself. She's beating the shit out of herself right now.
Yep.
Not being able to help another.
Mm-hmm.
And
I sent you a DM. I'm wondering if this.
Hold that thought. Because once Taylor leaves the room, she's gonna look at Masaru.
And she walks out. Just Akatsuki, Hikari, and Masaru. Because I'm assuming Umi has left.
I was like, Umi's still in like the main
Okay,
bar
he never
area.
even came in.
No, he never came back there.
Since it was never specified, out of character, did Masaru ever take off his armor, or did he still have it all on?
I've had it on this entire time since
Okay,
you guys walked
good.
through the.
He doesn't trust you. He's waiting for that portal
Yep.
to open again so he can at least be ready
Oh, yeah.
again.
Yeah, I figured.
He's gonna sleep in that shit from now on.
Ken is gonna look at Masaru. Like, all right, Prince, pots and pans. I've kind of seen you in action. I'm gonna need you to bring that A game right now, okay? I need you to do something, and it's not gonna be great. Do not let Taylor back into this room. I'm gonna need you to be a wall.
Oh, what are you planning to do?
Hikari just looks at you.
Masaru, you've got to know what she means.
She's gonna keep doing this. It's hurting not just her, but it's also hurting Emiko. We're just gonna keep going in a circle. It needs to happen. Taylor won't let it. I need you to stop her. If you can, tell Keen. Work together.
You know.
We'll get
you
Lee
have
in
his
here.
number.
Okay, well, then as she's telling Masaru this, she's kind of texting Keen.
And your phone buzzes as you're kind of.
He is ignoring his phone because he is trying to help steady Lee.
Just
Anyways, she's texting him, but she's still reiterating, like, okay, if you can talk to Keen, you're gonna need muscles, and you're gonna need him in here to help you with this. Do not let Taylor back in. Can you do that? It's just gonna keep getting worse. It's not gonna get better. It needs to go through. It needs to
You
happen.
hear a voice. I'll take care of it. And you see Machiko in the doorway. And you hear.
Oh no.
I mean, to be honest, she's probably the best one to keep her away.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know, but just no offense, pots and pans, but she kind of likes very limited people, and I didn't want to ruin that. Nothing against you. I've seen you take a few hits, and she's kind of stabby. You're kind of like suited up for the job, so like.
It's kind of stabby.
I'm of the assumption she has the scalpel on her, that it's not in the medical bag, which is why I'm like, okay, the man in armor would be better for this job.
Yeah.
All right,
In
I'll
case
go wait
you-
outside and act
you're
like a
starting
bouncer
to-
for some weird reason.
You start walking,
Mhm.
and you see Taylor come out and take Lee's other arm. Then you realize Machiko's not sitting down anymore. She's not in the room. And then you hear the sound of Machiko disappearing.
Can Ken send a text to Machiko, like, at least take pots and pans with you, please? Let him be the wall for a moment. He can take a few hits.
And because she's not expecting this, she literally thinks she was just asked to go help.
Mm-hmm.
And she will lucky her ass, giving her further disadvantage. Jesus Christ, Taylor.
God damn.
Taylor's just like, what the fuck is that?
I'm guessing she figured this would happen.
She has no idea what it is. She's never seen Machiko do it. Machiko does it again. Remember, she used all of her most of her personal points to drag you in. She still has 12 pulls. This time, Masaru, you feel a tug at you.
Yep.
And then she does it again. And again. And again. Like it'll fail eventually.
God damn, Taylor.
God damn! Finally.
There we go.
And you just keen, you see her as it keeps going. What the fuck is that?
Oh, Machiko.
And Masaru, you see her very timidly as Taylor appears. Now, Taylor, you will let me the hell out of this room right fucking now.
What can you do?
I will help her.
You're torturing her.
Oh, wrong words, buddy.
You
Like
want to
my
know
word.
torture? Meanwhile, Keen, you get Lee into the room.
Mhm.
Katsuki, this is the first time you've seen your actual mother look drunk. And shortly behind that, Akia comes in. And Akia walks up to Lee, looks at Yukine and says, I got this.
Okay.
Takes her mother's arm, loops it over her shoulder. She's like, come on, Mom. She says, Mom. By this point, Akatsuki, it's reached here. And Lee sits down on the bed. Takes Emiko's hand. Shh! Are you the one turning on my other fucking computer, you little bitch? Akia sits on the other side. For a solid 5 minutes. Well, not 5 minutes. More like 50 seconds. I over-exaggerate that. You guys watch. She looks at the three of you. Lee, Katsuki, Akia. I love you guys so much. Don't remember me for this. Look at you, Akatsuki, going off, doing something to better yourself. I'm so proud of you. Akia, I know I heard Mom there. It wasn't Lee. Mom, I need you. Disappear again on them. Lee kind of, for context, for Kin, Emiko is 301 years old. The mini campaign ended 300 years ago. This is Lee's first child.
Kin is kind of, obviously she's taking a step back. And she's holding that amulet and saying the same thing kind of over and over to it.
Did you send me something?
I did, yeah.
Did. I want you to roll me a D100.
I don't have one of those.
Okay. Yep. Get a message back. All it says is, I don't have access. I can't. Not because I don't want to, but I can't. The Watcher has her. You watch the blue reach up here. You hear before it overtakes her mouth. And she closes her eyes herself. At that exact moment, Machiko's thing ends. Masaru, you probably have at this point had to, grab her.
Yeah.
Where did they appear? Like, back out in the tavern or in the room?
Right outside the door. That is currently closed. So all of you guys here outside is...
Again, very familiar with that sound, is going to kind of run over to the door, open
Taylor at this
it,
point
stepped out,
started
closed it,
trying
and then
to fucking
grab
rip
Taylor
out
in a hug.
Masaru's hands. You can see she's trying to fight, get through. She doesn't even know it's you.
And she's kind of holding her, and she's like, Taylor.
Do
And
you let
obviously,
go,
that's not
Masaru?
being heard.
Yeah, I'm gonna let go.
Make an athletics check, Ken.
Hold
D20
on.
roll.
Got too many dice.
Gotta fucking figure out. Damn it.
There's one. Okay. I don't remember if I have.
A
No, I
D20.
don't. Okay. 12.
You best hope she rolls a 3 or lower.
Oh,
Why'd you have to let her go?
Oh! That's a
Oh, no.
13. As she peels, like ducks underneath you, bursts through the door. she'll very shuffle step over. Reaches out. Kin, you see the magic starting to power up in that arm again.
I'm gonna run over and grab her hand.
Let go.
So she's, like I said, like she has her by one hand, and then she's gonna take the other one and kind of like, you would grab somebody's face gently to turn her towards, so she's facing Kin. I'm sorry, Pigeon. We can't. We can't. And then she's gonna kind of pull her in as a hug.
Meanwhile, at this point, Lee is on the bed, just kind of got the hand to her forehead, where it had been. It's completely frozen. It cannot be moved anymore. Just holds Emiko's hand to her forehead and is crying. Aki is kind of gritting her teeth.
Kin's gonna try to
Watches she
quietly lean.
reaches up, places her fingers to her lips, and reaches out, puts it on Emiko's forehead. Where she stands up, walks around, hugs her mom, very gently pries her fingers from Emiko's. And then you hear footsteps from the doorway. You see Aru. Crutches. Walks into the room, wondering what the hell's going on. Kin, you're a doctor. We're a doctor. You still have the doctorate, but you don't know how to use it anymore.
I'm gonna have a doctorate, but it's not that kind of doctor.
And you watch.
You just sit there and you're useless.
You see the Goru sway. Keen, you see Goru sway. As he sees Emiko on the bed.
Kin's gonna see this. I'm like, Keen.
Keen will get up and put his arm around Goru to kind of brace him without actually letting Goru see his face.
Because I'm guessing he's crying his ass off.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Monster, do you stay in the bar with
Yeah.
Machiko?
I will.
Machiko kind of reach out, put her hand on your shoulder. I won't ask if you're alright.
I mean, at some point, you just have to accept that this is the way they want him to go. She made her choice.
Yeah. Hey. I don't think I ever really got to say it. Should have been there. For what it's worth. She says hi. Let me tell you, the afterlife bars are nothing like this one.
What?
I died, remember?
Yeah, but
saw her there. She also wanted me to give you this. And she holds out a small ring with a red stone inlaid in it. Her exact words are, "If you don't think you can bear it, make sure you have this on when you do." And then she said, "I better not see you here in a few days."
Ah, okay.
Why don't we
What's
go
that?
take a seat and have some non-alcoholic things? Because that's a slippery slope.
I'll just take the ring.
You put it on.
Yeah.
So, I want you to adjust your wisdom modifier. Your wisdom is now a 25,
What?
and you have advantage on all wisdom-based checks and saving throws. Once you use this ring's ability to give yourself any of these abilities, you can no longer use the ring for 7 days.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I'm just gonna put red ring right now because I don't know the name, but okay, and then one charge, which gives advantage to.
Advantage on all wisdom checks and saving throws for 1 minute.
All right.
So, question. And I'm just going to spell it out for you guys because I know a lot of times I'm playing cryptic, but I'm going to tell you why I'm giving this to you. What's the save for the fucking ring? It's willpower. Willing someone to come back to life.
Oh.
All right. Then 1 second. I just have to.
You're welcome. I figured I'd give you guys a break on crypticity for a little bit.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh.
Now you have to wait 10 more sessions before you get such a straightforward answer, unless it's a straightforward answer.
Fair. I would say that
At this point, by the way, Hikari is kind of looking at you and mouths the word 2 minutes.
in that moment, you notice that Akatsuki's kind of seems to say something in Celestial.
For those of you that understand Celestial, you understand what he's saying. Those of you who do not understand Celestial, just don't metagame.
Which I know that most of the people that are currently in the room with him, most of them can understand it anyway.
DM, can you please check to see if I can? I do not remember. I'm scared to open up Roll20 right now because it's fucking up with my internet.
Sorry.
I know
You
I
do
know at least
not.
4 languages, but I can't
Okay,
remember.
so
Okay.
You do
yeah,
not.
Oh
no,
yeah,
you would not understand this one. May the brilliant sun guide you ever forward into eternity. And I hope that one day it may guide us together again.
Leo look over at you, Akatsuki. I won't. Last one. I won't let this happen again. Not on my watch. She steels herself, looks at her mother, and says something. Wasn't there one person who sort of understood ancient tongue? Who read it in a book and got the information needed to read it?
Oh. Yeah.
You hear her say, "You won't get away with this. Watcher, I'm coming for you."
Why is my...
At this, Hikari looks over. May the light guide you, my dear granddaughter. Make sure you shine down on the world and watch over those you care about and are loyal to. And she'll make the hand gesture. That Masaru, you would recognize if you were in here, but you don't.
Yep.
Because you're not in here. But you'll notice that Taylor, after fucking a few minutes, notices this hand gesture and looks very confused while, sobbing. Katsuki, you would know this to be the hand symbols for praying as the Sun Ronin.
Mm-hmm. Akatsuki would be doing the same thing.
And she looks around and looks at Lee. I'm sorry, Lee. I will be back. And you make sure your son is well prepared for what is coming. And Lee looks at you, Akatsuki. You give her hell.
I'll see what I can do.
That's my boy.
And at that point, he'll walk back over towards Hikari. I'll be back as soon as I can.
We'll see you soon.
And then you hear in your head, you fucking better be. That's your sister's voice that you hear, the inner voice of her. She telepathically speaks to you, and you hear nothing but pain, loss, sorrow, loneliness, fear. You can't respond. And at that, Hikari looks at you and goes, "It's time."
I know. He'll just take one last look before stepping back through.
The last thing you see, that Akatsuki sees on Emiko's face is a look of peace and pride. And you step through. Alright, you can stop channeling Akatsuki now. Sorry,
Eh,
but even
Woody.
even Hikari's not that cruel. That's her fucking granddaughter. She's showing up.
Although, interestingly, I think the only person that they've actually told that is Lee's mom is Corellius.
Oh, you're saying that Hikari's Lee's mom.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Don't worry. The 3 children know.
Hmm.
And so does Lee, obviously.
Right.
Everyone else
Sure.
is kind of confused. So unless you're really good at telling, well, Kin might be able to because she's a changeling and good at reading faces, considering she's, built to copy them.
Yeah.
That Hikari and Lee share quite a lot of facial features.
They're both really pretty. In kind of the same way.
I mean, context clues from Akatsuki's side might have said something, brought things to light. So he did say he was training with his grandmother.
He did say that.
Hmm.
And then Hikari showed up and took him away.
Kane wasn't there for any of that, though.
Well, you were this time. And
Yeah.
You did hear her say granddaughter.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're talking all about, like, yeah, and just internally, like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
He's like, oh, yeah.
Like, I see the family resemblance.
There's a lot of that. Meanwhile, Goru at this point, he just kind of looks very weak. He looks like he's been frozen over before already.
Is there a chair in here?
There's just like a bed.
Yeah. Lee at this point is kind of laid down in the room.
Or did you want to sit down?
Bring me to her, please.
Okay.
And just kind of leave us for a little bit.
He'll help Goru over to Emiko's bed.
You put her down. Kid, you heard leave us for a minute. You're
Yeah.
doctors, not
Kin-
morticians.
Yeah. Ken is gonna guide Taylor out. Like, come on. We're gonna give them a minute.
He'll leave last and close the door behind him.
What am I doing wrong?
It wasn't on you, Pigeon.
Save anyone. Mr. R died. Hitty died. They died. Their kids died. Chibi-Su's gone. Sato's dead. We'll use his ult as medical training. I can't do anything.
I feel like at this point, Ken is kind of like stood in front of her and is like holding her face. Like, you are doing everything you can. You have
Enough.
saved people.
See
What
all
is
their
it?
faces. Every single one. That I've failed. The hardest ones? The ones who accepted it.
And she's gonna kind of look at her again, still kind of holding her face, like.
Oh, she's dropped her face at this point. Even in your hands, it's down.
And she's just gonna be like, "Hey."
Hey!
Yeah,
look
like
at
just like
me!
move it, like she kind of like leans down. Like I feel like at this point, basically, Kin is on her knees, given how short.
What are you doing? Are you next? Sorry, I couldn't help it. That was a proposal joke. Kin's on her knees.
Both of them, not just one. She's like, hey, but you've saved a lot in between. She's gonna look at her and again, just smiling. You've even saved me. And that's gotta count for something.
Shut up.
She's gonna be like, okay. And then she's gonna kiss Taylor.
Oh fuck, okay, this is the emotional episode, got it. Alright.
He's over here like, what is happening?
Masaru, I see that.
Could I go in there real quick?
Probably not.
Pretty sure Keen's still standing at the door like a bodyguard.
I
No.
don't think he's bodyguarding. I think he's
No.
actually the reason he's not reacting to this kiss is probably because he's moved past you guys.
Yeah, no, he's going to find Olive.
Olive is kind of sitting with Machiko and Masaru. They're drinking, like, you know, raspberry juice or something like that.
Sure, raspberry juice.
Machiko's making sure they drink non-alcoholic. Machiko's being responsible. Because the last thing she remembered last time she drank was Don't Trust a Parker! Hey, you good?
No.
Machiko will get up. Olive will get up. Olive immediately walks over to you and just kind of wraps you in a hug.
He wraps Olive in a hug and just cries into her shoulder.
Master, this ring's on your finger. You can feel its weight in your pocket.
Is she dead?
Yeah. And she's gone. Zatokas are all there together. So Katsuki, he went back.
Master didn't even know Akatsuki was there.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I'm sorry, who now?
That
Hold
bitch
up.
showed up and didn't say hello.
No, it's one of those situations where I
Sorry.
wouldn't say that. Yeah.
I know.
Man
Yeah.
can't say goodbye, he can't say hello.
At this point, Olive will kind of, you know, grab you by the arms, reach up and wipe some of the tears. Hey, it's to sleep now.
She does.
When I heard she's been fighting a really long time.
Be at peace with them. And she wasn't mad at me or Ken. She said not to be mad, not to be upset about it. She knows we were trying to help. But if we hadn't been there,
you hadn't been there, Goru might have died.
So what, we trade one for another?
No.
We didn't do anything except cause an avalanche and nearly fall off the side of a mountain.
True. But you tried. And she appreciated that. The sounds of it.
Yeah. She did. Doesn't make her right.
And next time we'll be stronger.
I really hope so.
I know we will. To think, we get more people instead of fighting the big bads by ourselves, we might be able to bring help with.
We're gonna need a lot of help. A lot of help.
You hear the door open. And Shizue steps in the door. He looks over at you. Sees you crying, Keen. Sees Corellius. Sees him crying.
Sorry, she's away. I'm sorry.
Were you there with her?
Yeah,
Was there someone with her the whole time?
yes.
Then why the hell are you sorry? Most people die alone. She died surrounded by family.
Yeah.
I heard
Heard what?
all of it.
You heard her message for you?
Not that.
She wants you to know she'll always be watching.
Of course that cornball would say that. Well, she knew what she was doing. She knew what could happen.
Yeah. Lee and Goro and Akia are in the room.
Okay.
Goro asked for them to be alone, but I don't think they'd mind if you went in there.
Hey.
Yeah.
Little secret for you. The refugees are safe for now.
Good.
Pick your chin up. Things could be a lot worse right now. Thank you for at least trying to help them. Because I'm pretty sure that was my mother's actual thing. You don't try, you're not doing anything.
Yeah, well, for as long as she sat me on the sidelines.
She'll walk up, and your father would understand too. He trained someone just like her. Pats you on the shoulder. Walks back to the room. You definitely saw her eyes were watering and there was a tear, but brave face.
Yeah.
Masaru, what are you doing?
Well, gotta try something. So I gotta try that.
Which one?
Well,
Because you have two right now.
two. Right.
You have a bright red one and a bright red one. You can definitely tell the difference between them. One's very optimistic, one's kind of calm and chill. And you're very familiar with. On an intimate level.
We gotta try it. Why not?
Which one? Because one of them's higher level, one of them's not.
It's
I'm a cruel bitch.
The new or the not so new?
wait.
Oh boy.
Akatsuki gave you meteries.
I guess I'll try it with Meadery, because
That'll be a shocker for when he gets back.
oh yeah.
It's
I thought Olive had her stone.
Yeah, that's true.
Olive
Yeah.
does has it, but you're right next to Olive.
Fair.
I'll
he's got
try it.
Masio too.
Masio's like 30.
Yeah.
Ugh.
At last I checked, the check for this was at least 15 plus the level.
Yeah. No, do not recommend.
Alright. Go ahead, Masaru. Make a wisdom save with advantage.
Okay. $22. Probably not.
You watch as he holds up the crystal. Keen, you see the concentration you put in when you tried to bring back Masio. And you realize what Masaru's doing a second too late. The crystal starts to dematerialize. And you watch as the dust, the crystal lands on the floor. Starts to swirl up, and up, and up, and up, and up, and up, and up until about Midori's height. Repiecing her back together bit by bit until Midori Ishikawa stands in the room, alive, without any injuries, without any detriments.
Masaru, how did you do that?
And Midori opens her eyes, looks around,
Red ring.
and almost falls over. Olive's just like, let's go. Like, what the fuck's going on?
Keen's gonna go try and support Midori. Like, hello.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I was dead.
Yeah.
I was dead. Where the fuck are we?
The astral plane.
Who are you? The what? Who are you? Pointing at Kin.
That's Kin. And
Slightly shapeshifted because Midori's really pretty.
and
Really?
Talking.
Where's... He's not... He didn't.
No,
He's...
He's still alive.
He's okay.
Oh my god. Where is he?
He went elsewhere to train.
Hold that bastard.
Right?
Who are you? Looks at Olive because Olive does not look like a dirty little wild girl. And Olive's like, oh, right. Hey. No.
Yeah?
No.
Yeah?
No fucking way.
While this is happening, can Kin send a text message
To who?
to Akatsuki?
Are you gonna take a picture and send it?
I'm not gonna take a picture. I'm just gonna be like,
Hold on. At this exact moment, she goes, Does Akatsuki still have his stone? Does he have a stone?
He has a stone.
Awesome. Do you guys have a stone I can use?
Throw her mine.
I have a. I mean, I'm messaging him right now.
And, Akatsuki, while you're over there, you get whatever message Ken is typing to him.
Hey, there's a really pretty lady in the tavern all of a sudden, kind of magically asking for you.
And then you see Masaru's number start calling Akatsuki. It's within hours.
So yeah, he'd answer.
Where the fuck are you?
Midori?
No, the other Ishikawa. Where the fuck are you?
Where are you?
I'm at this tavern in space. Keen's here, Masaru's here, Olive's here, Machiko's. Oh, hi, Machiko. Machiko's here. Where the fuck is Hiroto, Usedo? Where's Hachimitsu? Like, where is everyone?
Why is there a lady that suddenly looks like me?
Also, why is there a lady that's copying me? This is really weird. Who are you?
You just see a background voice. I can explain.
That is a lot to explain, and I unfortunately don't have all the time to explain it.
You sound sore. You should get some sleep. Go fucking take care of yourself, you idiot. At least it sounds like you're smiling. At least you took some of my words to heart.
Oh, you have no idea how good it is to hear your voice again.
Well, get used to it. 'Cause you ain't getting rid of me now. Also, we're not letting you freeze up like that again. We're gonna work on that. I just saw the click on Stumblr's face.
Well, that, and I also just realized that Midori's never seen Keen without his horns.
No.
My first thought was the wording could have been better in this moment.
There's a lot that needs to be explained, and right now I'm gonna have to have you talk to Keen and the others.
Yeah, go do your training. You listen to your fucking grandmother, you hear? Otherwise, I'm gonna show up and raging. Though I don't really feel Oni anymore. This is weird. Anyway, you take care of yourself or I'll beat your ass. Understand?
Yes.
Good.
I will talk to you when I can, princess. Click.
That son of a bitch!
What did he say?
Don't worry about it.
I kind of want to now that you say that.
Go fuck yourself.
New message to
And,
Akatsuki. She's even cute when she's
that-
mad.
Is
That's what
where
all of
we
it's
will
for.
end tonight's session. Thank you guys so much for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to have you guys. A lot of the things with money for like housing and stuff like that, the guild hall and all that other shit to figure out what amenities they have, blah 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 blah. Blah. All of that'll be figured out off screen. I appreciate those of you who have stuck here for the whole thing. It has been a trip and a half. My eyes hurt. My lungs hurt. My brain hurts. My emotions hurt. Everything hurts.
Perfect time for some unhinged gaming.
Thank you guys so much for being in here, and I hope to see you guys next week on Saturday. See you guys next time. Good night, folks.
Bye bye.